Chapter 1706 Benevolence. Yan Yi wasn't the only one who was curious about that. Qin Jian and Qin Yushui were the same. It was clearly Yang Ye's first visit here. Since it was his first time here, this situation didn't really make sense. What exactly is at the top of the mountain? Why does it refuse to let me ascend the mountain? Yan Yi was about to continue up again. But Snowy suddenly appeared before him while holding the wooden sword. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. She flew over to his shoulder and pointed at the mountain top while excitement filled her eyes. A treasure! There's a treasure on the top of the mountain. Yan Yi had instantly understood Snowy. Because Snowy always revealed such an expression when they encountered treasures. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly flickered onto the wooden sword and pointed at the top of the mountain. The wooden sword shook violently and was about to fly up. However, Yang Yi suddenly grabbed Snowy and held her in his arms. Snowy turned around to look at Yang Yi with a puzzled expression on her face. Yang Yi was about to speak when Snowy suddenly pointed at the mountain peak, and then she grabbed his hand with her other claw and pulled him towards the mountain peak. Yang Yi pulled Snowy over to himself and said, "Why did I never notice that you're so greedy for treasures?" Snowy blinked, and then she rubbed her head against Yang Yi's cheek. After that, she pointed at herself and pointed at Yang Yi. It was like she was saying that she was doing it for him. Yang Yi admitted that he was quite moved by this. However, he was slightly doubtful. He doubted what Snowy had said. Because since she started staying by his side, he noticed that she had become quite mischievous. Suddenly, Qin Yushui asked, "Is that your pet?" Her gaze was on Snowy, and there was undisguised fondness in her eyes. Yang Yi shook his head as had never thought of Snowy as a pet. Qin Yushui suddenly said, "Then how about giving her to me?" Yang Yi hadn't even said anything when Snowy hurriedly shook her head. Qin Yushui was even more fond of Snowy when she saw that Snowy was so intelligent. She wanted to say something, but Qin Jian shook his head. Qin Yushui glanced at Snowy and Yang Yi, and she didn't say another word. How could she be unable to discern that Yang Yi and Snowy were very close? So, Yang Yi would definitely not give Snowy to her. However, she wasn't willing to give up and wanted to try again. Meanwhile, Snowy pointed at the mountain top and shot an eager gaze at Yang Yi. Yang Yi rubbed her head and said, "Come! We'll go up together." Snowy hurriedly nodded and was about to ride the wooden sword up there. Yang Yi grabbed her and said, "Follow me, all right?" Snowy blinked, and then she nodded. She flew over to Yang Yi's shoulder, and the wooden sword floated not too far away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked up at the mountain peak and fell silent for a few moments. After that, he started walking up the mountain again. Had just taken a few steps when a sword howl suddenly resounded once more, and then a ray of sword energy shot down. Yang Yi's face turned gloomy at the sight of this. He was about to attack when Snowy suddenly waved her claw, and then the wooden sword transformed into a ray of light that shot up towards the mountain peak. Boom! The wooden sword instantly pierced through the sword energy, and the sword energy exploded into nothingness. Meanwhile, 10 rays of sword energy shot down from the mountain top. In an instant, they started descending towards Yang Yi like shooting stars. Snowy blinked and was about to wave her claw. However, the wooden sword suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the air. Snowy was stunned and gazed at Yang Yi. Her eyes were filled with bewilderment because she hadn't waved her claw. There was a trace of bewilderment in Yang Yi's eyes. Why is it suddenly attacking on its own? The wooden sword crisscrossed through the air, and it only took a moment for sword energy to fill the sky. Qin Jian and Qin Yushui's faces were instantly covered in a solemn expression. Because the wooden sword's strength had completely exceeded their imagination. Suddenly, the sword energy in the sky vanished, and then the wooden sword flew up to the top of the mountain. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. The latter blinked while bewilderment covered her face. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment and said, "Let's go!" Once he finished speaking, he shot up the mountain while holding Snowy in his arms. This time, there was no sword energy, and even the sword intent didn't appear to obstruct him. Xiao Jian and his sister exchanged glances, and then they hurried after Yang Yi. After Yang Ye's group vanished, a man suddenly appeared where Yang Yi had been standing, and there was a sword and 2 short sabers hanging on his waist. The man gazed at the direction Yang Yi had vanished towards, and he just gazed there for a long time before he said, "That head isn't easy to take. However, it would be meaningless if it was easy." He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. On the mountain peak, Yang Ye's group arrived there with absolute ease. There was only a single palace here, and it was a luxurious palace. They exchanged glances, and then Snowy took Yang Ye's hand and pulled him forward. Qin Jian and his sister immediately followed Yang Yi. Yang Yi and the others were stunned once they entered the palace. The palace was actually filled with statues of a single woman. They were simply lifelike statues of her. She looked to be less than 20 years of age. She had perfect features and silver hair. Her figure was extremely slender, especially her legs. Her legs weren't covered by any clothes, so her slender and long legs were fully exposed. "Who is that?" A wisp of bewilderment flashed through their eyes. Suddenly, Snowy pointed towards the distance. Yang Yi turned to look, and he saw the wooden sword there. There was another sword not too far away from the wooden sword. The sword was snow white as if it was made of snow, but its hilt was green. If one looked carefully, one would notice a few snow lotuses on it. "The green lotus sword!" Suddenly, Qin Yushui spoke, and her eyes carried a wisp of burning desire. Yang Yi gazed at her. "The green lotus sword?" Qin Yushui glanced at Yang Yi and said, "The Sword Immortal's sword. According to legend, it contains the Sword Immortal's inheritance. Besides that, it's a sword that surpasses the true rank. It's above the true rank." Yang Yi gazed at it and sized up the sword. After that, he gazed at the wooden sword. "Which one of you two is stronger?" The wooden sword shook violently, and then it floated towards the green lotus sword. The green lotus sword actually started to move back in response. It was afraid. No, to be more precise, it was slightly terrified. At this moment, Qin Jian and Qin Yushui's expressions became solemn. They exchanged glances, and they saw shock in each other's eyes. "What is that wooden sword? Even the green lotus sword fears it." Yang Ye's face remained calm. He wasn't surprised at all. The wooden sword was something that could even harm the core of the divine Yin flame. But no matter how strong the green lotus sword was, it could never compete with the divine Yin flame. Unfortunately, the wooden sword was too kind-hearted and didn't like him. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. But it didn't matter because he would corrupt it, sooner or later. At that time, it would become a sword of slaughter. A sword of slaughter wasn't terrifying, but it was terrifying when a good sword was transformed into one. Suddenly, the green lotus sword trembled slightly, and then a ray of light flashed. A man in a white robe appeared before them. The man had silver hair as well. He was handsome, and a wine gourd was hanging on his waist. Li Tai Bai. Obviously, he was the Sword Immortal, Li Tai Bai. Qin Jian and Qin Yushui revealed profound respect on their faces. Li Tai Bai glanced at Yang Ye's group. In the end, his gaze descended onto Yang Yi. He frowned when he saw Yang Yi. "It's you." Yang Yi frowned. "You recognize me?" Li Tai Bai took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi. "I see." Meanwhile, Yang Yi was about to speak, but Li Tai Bai suddenly waved his right hand. 3 scrolls descended respectively to Yang Yi, Qin Jian, and Qin Yushui. He said, "I know why all of you are here. That's all the knowledge I've accumulated over the years. Take it." Yang Yi glanced at the scroll and asked, "You're giving it to us just like that?" Li Tai Bai replied with a question. "Then what do you expect?" Yang Yi replied, "It's a little too easy." Li Tai Bai gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and replied, "You're vigilant towards everything. Your life is too tiring." Yang Yi shook his head. "A tiring life is better than having no life." Li Tai Bai grinned. "True. Allow me to explain. No matter who it is, the first to arrive here will obtain my inheritance. Your group was first, so all of you got it. Yang Yi said. According to my knowledge, there was someone who arrived earlier than us, right? He was speaking about the unfettered one. Li Taibai nodded slightly. There was. But you'll understand in a moment. As he spoke, he gazed at the wooden sword by Snowy's side. He immediately frowned when he saw it. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, Senior, you recognize that sword? Li Taibai gazed at the wooden sword for a long time, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. What's it doing with you? Yang Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? Li Taibai replied. You have such a strong desire to kill, and there's viciousness on your face. That sword is a benevolent and kind sword, so it shouldn't have chosen to follow you. Yang Yi's face was completely dark. He's trying to say I'm a bad person. Meanwhile, Li Taibai added, Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. He gazed at the green lotus sword and continued. It has a consciousness of its own, so it'll choose its own master. Don't force it if it doesn't want to go with any one of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked a short distance. There was a crystal coffin there, and a woman was lying in it. It was the body of the woman in the statues here. Li Taibai gazed at her for a long time, and then his gaze gradually became blank. At the same time, his figure gradually became ethereal. It didn't take long for him to vanish completely. The crystal coffin vanished with him. Suddenly, the green lotus sword trembled slightly, and then a green screen of light appeared not too far above them. The scene within the screen was the foot of Phoenix Cry Mountain, the place Yang Yi and the others had been just a little while ago. Yang Yi and the others were puzzled by this. Suddenly, a man in a cloud-white robe, who was holding a sword in his grasp, appeared within the screen. There was a tiny character which represented sword embroidered on his left chest. The Unfettered One. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1707. It's right here. Come get it, the Unfettered One. Yang Yi became visibly respectful. It was his second time seeing the Unfettered One. But the Unfettered One was slightly different than when had met the Unfettered One in the Sword Sect. It wasn't his appearance, but his aura that was different. The Unfettered One before Yang Yi seemed like he was one with the world, and he naturally made others feel oppressed. Besides that, Yang Yi felt a sense of familiarity from the Unfettered One. Qin Jian and Qin Yushui's expressions became extremely solemn when they saw the Unfettered One. Even though they didn't know how strong he was, their intuition told them that the man on the screen before them was very strong, extremely strong. In the screen of light, the Unfettered One stood at the foot of Phoenix Cry Mountain and looked up at its peak. His gaze was extremely calm. It didn't take long for him to start walking towards the mountain's peak. When the Unfettered One stepped foot onto Phoenix Cry Mountain, a wave of powerful sword intent suddenly swept down from the mountain top. It didn't take long for the sword intent to arrive in the air above the Unfettered One. However, Yang Yi and the others watched with astonishment as it actually stopped for a moment before the Unfettered One, and then immediately retreated back to the mountain top. Qin Jian and his sister exchanged glances, and both of them were visibly shocked. In the end, Qin Jian gazed at Yang Yi. Brother Yang. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he replied. The sword intent fears him. It feared the Unfettered One. Both Qin Jian and Qin Yushui were absolutely shocked by this. After all, it was Li Taibai's sword intent, and it was sword intent that had surpassed the true rank. However, Li Taibai's sword intent was afraid. Qin Yushui suddenly asked, He's the Unfettered One? Yang Yi nodded and gazed at the screen. At this moment, the Unfettered One's figure was before the mountain wall that Yang Yi and the others had stopped before, just now. There was only a single line of writing on it. If the sword Dao is at its initial stages, even immortals can be killed. It was Li Taibai who'd left those words behind. The Unfettered One gazed at them for a long time before he said, Immortals? I have my sword in my grasp, so who can I kill? As soon as he finished speaking, his sword vanished from his grasp. An instant later, another line of words appeared beside Li Taibai's words. The unfettered one didn't stay for a moment longer, and he just continued forward. A short while later, he arrived at the peak of the mountain. The unfettered one glanced at the surroundings and entered the palace, the same palace Yang Yi and the others were standing in right now. There was a sword floating in the palace, the green lotus sword. The unfettered one's gaze descended onto the green lotus sword. A moment of silence ensued, and then the green lotus sword trembled slightly before Li Taibai appeared. Li Taibai's face instantly became solemn upon laying eyes on the unfettered one. Li Taibai was looking at the unfettered one, and the unfettered one was looking at Li Taibai. However, the unfettered one's gaze always remained extremely calm. A long while of silence passed before Li Taibai suddenly spoke. In my lifetime, I've met two people with cultivations in the sword Tao that surpass my own. One of them is you. The calm in the unfettered one's gaze finally seemed to be slightly shaken. Where's the other person? Li Taibai glanced up at the sky. Above the 9 heavens. The unfettered one nodded slightly. I understand. He glanced at Li Taibai and asked, the sword domain? Li Taibai nodded slightly. But I've almost forgotten it completely. The unfettered one asked. How long did it take you? 10 years. Li Taibai replied, and then he gazed at the unfettered one. What about you? The unfettered one stated. 3 years. Li Taibai gazed at the unfettered one for a long time before he said, You're not from the small universe. The unfettered one nodded slightly. Complicated emotions flashed through Li Taibai's eyes. I didn't expect someone like you to exist in a faraway world. The unfettered one asked. What do you think about the sword domain? Li Taibai fell silent for a long time before he replied. Comprehending it is easy, understanding it isn't. The unfettered one nodded. The domain is above intent, and it's above the truth, clarity, and the Tao. Besides that, it contains the truth, clarity, and the Tao. Or to be more precise, it contains everything. He fell silent for a moment, and continued. If one is to understand the domain, one must first understand the heart, and understand all things in the world. Li Taibai gazed at the unfettered one for a long time before he said, Your sword Tao still has a flaw. The unfettered one nodded. I'm aware. Li Taibai said. It probably won't take you too long to rectify. The unfettered one didn't say anything. He just fell silent for a while, and then turned around and walked away. He suddenly stopped when he arrived at the exit, and then he glanced at the statues of the woman. Can your sword not sever your emotions? Li Taibai fell silent for a while, and then he replied. I'm unable to overcome that barrier. The unfettered one shook his head slightly. What a pity! If you could, we would have been able to fight. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. The screen of light vanished at this point. Yan Yi and the others fell silent. Yan Ye's eyes were closed, and his mind was constantly replaying the conversation between the unfettered one and Li Taibai. The sword domain. They were actually trying to forget the sword domain. Why were they trying to forget it? Yan Yi couldn't figure it out. Even though he didn't really understand the sword domain was merely inferior to the primordial pagoda when it came to how helpful it was to him. Moreover, he was certain that both the unfettered one and Li Taibai's understanding of the sword domain were definitely greater than his own. However, both of them were actually forgetting the sword domain. As he thought and thought about it, he actually fell into a meditative state. Qin Jian and Qin Yushui exchanged glances, and they didn't disturb Yang Yi. In the end, both of them gazed at the green lotus sword. Meanwhile, Snowy gazed at it as well. Qin Yushui walked over to the sword and asked, Are you willing to go with me? The green lotus sword hadn't even replied when Snowy suddenly appeared before it, and then she waved her claw at it. The green lotus sword trembled slightly, and then it floated over to Snowy. The sword emanated faint sword howls and seemed to be greeting Snowy. Qin Yushui was rendered speechless by this scene. The green lotus sword seemed to get along well with Snowy, and both of them started conversing with each other. Qin Yushui's eyes dimmed down at the sight of this, and she was about to leave. However, Snowy and the green lotus sword suddenly went over to her. Snowy cracked a smile at her, and then she pointed at the green lotus sword before pointing at Qin Yushui. Qin Yushui was stunned and asked, "You're saying that'll come with me?" Snowy nodded. Qin Yushui was puzzled. "Why?" Snowy blinked. It was a difficult question for her. After all, how would she know why the green lotus sword wanted to go with Qin Yushui? She glanced at Qin Yushui, and then she pointed at the sword to tell Qin Yushui to ask it herself. Qin Yushui couldn't help but pat Snowy on the head when she saw Snowy act like that, and then she said, "Little fellow, come with me, all right? My home is full of nice things." Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Nice things. Snowy's eyes lit up, and then she quickly nodded. Qin Yushui was visibly delighted when she saw Snowy nod. She was about to speak when Snowy suddenly pointed at Yang Yi, and then pointed at herself before finally pointing at Qin Yushui. Snowy was indicating that she wanted to visit Qin Yushui's home with Yang Yi. The smile on Qin Yushui's face froze. She glanced at Yang Yi, gazed at Snowy, and then thought for a moment before she replied, "All right. You can both come." Snowy cracked a smile when she heard this. Qin Yushui grinned, and then she gazed at the green lotus sword. "I won't bring shame to you." The green lotus sword shook slightly and flew into her grasp. Qin Yushui grinned, and then she gazed at Qin Jian. "Let's head home." Qin Jian thought for a moment and gazed at Yang Yi. "Let's leave after he wakes up." Qin Yushui glanced at Yang Yi and nodded slightly. "All right." If Yang Yi was disturbed at a time like this, it would definitely be a huge loss for him. Yang Yi was clearly in a state of comprehension after hearing the conversation between the Unfettered One and Li Tai Bai. If he was disturbed before he could figure it out, then all his efforts would be wasted. Snowy was clearly aware that Yang Yi couldn't be disturbed, so she held the wooden sword in her arm and returned to the primordial pagoda. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, yet Yang Yi still hadn't regained consciousness. Qin Yushui glanced at him and said, "He won't meditate for a few years, right?" Qin Jian shook his head. "I don't know." Qin Yushui was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. "I understand now." "I see," Qin Jian said. "Brother Yang." Yang Yi gazed at Qin Jian and Qin Yushui. "Thank you for protecting me for the last 3 days." Qin Jian shook his head slightly. "It was nothing. Since you've woken up, we'll be bidding our farewells." As they spoke, both of them intended to leave. However, Yang Yi suddenly said, "I have something to tell you. It may be of use to you in the future." Qin Jian gazed at Yang Yi and spoke seriously. "Please provide us with your guidance." Yang Yi said, "Destroy and rebuild." Qin Jiang frowned. "Destroy and rebuild?" Yang Yi nodded. "At many times in our lives, we have to destroy and rebuild. Simply speaking, we have to abandon some things. Once you abandon it and regain it, you'll notice that it's a completely different feeling." Qin Jian was about to speak, but Yang Yi shook his head. Qin Yushui shook her head at Qin Jian when she saw this. She knew that there were many things which one had to comprehend on one's own. Others could only provide some hints and help, but if that person explained everything, it might do more harm than good. Qin Yushui cupped her fist at Yang Yi and said, "Thank you. Visit the Qin clan if you have time. Farewell." As soon as she finished speaking, both she and her brother turned around and left. They saw a man walking over from afar when they stepped out of the palace. The man disregarded them and walked straight towards the entrance of the palace. He suddenly stopped when he passed by the pair of brother and sister, and then he gazed at them. "Yang Yi is in there, right?" Qin Jian glanced at the man and didn't speak. Suddenly, the man vanished on the spot. Qin Jian's expression changed drastically at the sight of this, and he was about to attack. However, blood suddenly sprayed as a ray of light from a sword flashed. Hiss! Qin Jian's arm flew up into the air. Qin Yushui was furious, and she was about to attack. However, Qin Jian stopped her. Qin Jian looked the man in the eyes and said, A sword that's fine like a snowflake and swift like a gust of wind. You're the third on the Milky Way rankings, Ji Liangchuan. The man nodded. I am. Suddenly, a voice resounded. You're looking for me? Ji Liangchuan turned towards the entrance of the palace, and he saw a green-clothed man standing there. It was Yang Yi. Ji Liangchuan gazed at Yang Yi. Your head is quite valuable. Lend it to me. I'll return it to you once I'm done using it. Yang Yi pointed at his head and said, It's right here. Come get it? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1708 The most primitive is true. Come get it. Ji Liangchuan grinned. You're very confident. Of course, I know that you're definitely not just a rebirth realm expert. So I won't underestimate you. He paused for a moment and continued. Of course, I won't think too highly of you either. In the younger generation of this universe, there really aren't many who are capable of making me think highly of them. Brother Yang! Suddenly, Qin Jian warned. Be careful. He's ranked third on the Milky Way rankings. He's very strong. Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Ji Liangchuan. Bring it on. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Liangchuan vanished on the spot, and he was before Yang Yi when he appeared again. A blood-red snowflake appeared, and it was accompanied by a ray of bright light. Yang Yi suddenly twisted his body sideways. As soon as he did that, a sword stabbed forward right beside his throat. However, it didn't take long for it to stop, and then it swept horizontally towards his throat. At the moment it swept horizontally at him, Yang Yi's body bent backwards like it had broken at the waist. The sword swept by while Yang Yi tapped the tip of his foot against the ground, causing his figure to move 300 m back. As soon as he stopped himself, he stretched out his left hand, and the sword precursor appeared in his grasp. Ji Liangchuan glanced at Yang Yi, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Interesting. His figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot, and a ray of light immediately appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi swiftly stabbed his sword forward, and it struck the tip of Ji Liangquan's sword. Clang! An ear-piercing clang resounded. The sword precursor shook slightly, and then Yang Yi twisted his body sideways and swung his sword down by his waist. It was absolutely fast as well. Once Ji Liangchuan missed, he frowned slightly before pulling his sword back to defend himself. As soon as he did that, Yang Yi's sword had struck his sword. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded. Ji Liangchuan was blasted over 30 m back by the collision. Ji Liangchuan didn't attack again. He glanced at Yang Yi, and there was a trace of solemnness in his eyes. Such strong strength! Yang Yi said. Are you still not going to fight seriously? Ji Liangchuan nodded slightly. The facts prove that I wasn't wrong. This business opportunity the Yang clan has thrown our way isn't easy. However, it's only interesting when it's difficult, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and he swung his sword down. Yang Yi tapped his right foot against the ground and moved a few steps back. As soon as he stopped, the tip of a sword descended right before his nose. After he dodged Ji Liangquan's attack, Yang Yi tapped the tip of his right foot against the ground and stabbed forward. Ji Liangquan's expression didn't change at all when he missed, and he similarly stabbed his sword forward as well. At the moment their swords were about to collide, Yang Yi suddenly twisted his body sideways, and his sword passed by Ji Liangquan's face before he swept it towards Ji Liangquan's throat. The latter's expression changed slightly. However, he didn't pull his sword back and similarly swept his sword towards Yang Yi's throat. If nothing unexpected occurred, they would die together because the lengths of their swords were almost similar. However, how could they possibly allow themselves to die together? When Yang Yi's sword was just half an inch away from Ji Liangquan's throat, a short saber that was thin like a cicada's wing stopped his sword. Meanwhile, two fingers had clamped down on Ji Liangqun's sword. Their eyes met in midair, and then Yang Yi twisted his sword while Ji Liangquan did the same. Bang! An explosion resounded. Ji Liangquan was blasted around 30 m back while his sword left 2 bloody marks on Yang Yi's fingers. If Yang Yi hadn't released it quickly, his fingers would have probably been lost. Ji Liangquan fell silent for a moment, and then he suddenly slowly raised his sword to his chest. After that, he swung it at Yang Yi from afar. Hiss! A ray of snow-white sword energy shot forward from his sword. It seemed like it was made of snow, and it was completely snow-white. Even space was turned snow-white when it passed. A sword technique. Ji Liangquan had executed his sword technique. Yang Yi remained calm as he took a step forward, and then his sword stabbed forward. A very simple stab. He hadn't executed any sword technique. In next to no time, Yang Yi's sword stabbed against Ji Liangqun's sword energy. As soon as they came into contact, Yang Yi's sword shook violently, and then the powerful energy within the technique pushed Yang Yi backwards repeatedly. After being pushed around 30 m back, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down. The ground shook violently while Yang Yi relied on the counterforce to stop himself, and then he swung his sword horizontally against the sword energy. Hiss! Ji Liangqun's sword energy was sliced into 2. However, Ji Liangquan suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi at the same time, and then a ray of cold light flashed before Yang Yi's eyes. A moment later, Yang Yi felt coldness surge through his entire body, and then a sword was less than half an inch away from his forehead. Yang Yi reacted swiftly. His right foot twisted against the ground, causing his body to twist sideways and avoid the attack. However, a short saber had suddenly swept towards him. It was extremely swift, even swifter than the sword. At the moment that saber shot towards him, Yang Yi tapped his right foot down and retreated 30 m back. As soon as he stopped, a small cut appeared on the skin of his left neck and blood seeped out from it. If had just been a little slower, he may have lost his head. The cut was very small, and the primordial violet energy only took a moment to heal it. Yang Yi looked up at Ji Liangquan. The latter grinned. "My saber is even." His expression suddenly changed because Yang Yi had vanished on the spot, and Yang Yi was behind him. The Laws of Darkness. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. A ray of light flashed behind Ji Liangquan. Hiss! However, Ji Liangquan was over 100 m away. But as soon as he stopped, Yang Yi appeared behind him again, and then another ray of light flashed. This time, Ji Liangqun's expression had finally changed. It turned solemn. This time, he didn't dodge. The short sabers on his waist suddenly spun backwards. At the same time, his sword spun like a drill as it shot behind him. Besides that, a strand of terrifying intent surged out from him and swept towards Yang Yi. Zenith rank saber intent. Bang! Bang! Explosions resounded incessantly while numerous rays of sword energy and saber energy flickered without end. They were locked in intense battle. Qin Yushui spoke solemnly. "Have you noticed that he isn't using sword intent?" She was naturally talking about Yang Yi. Qin Jian nodded slightly. "Why isn't he using sword intent?" Qin Yushui shook her head. "I don't know." As she spoke, she looked towards the distant battlefield. The battle was growing more and more intense. At this point in the battle, Yang Yi hadn't just avoided using sword intent, he hadn't even used a single sword technique. He was just using simple swings, stabs, flicks. They were the basic movements when one learned to use the sword. However, it was exactly such basic movements that were more formidable than Ji Liangqun's formidable sword techniques. Ji Liangquan was completely suppressed in close-quartered combat. Especially when Yang Yi's mysterious laws of darkness were added into the mix, and it made Yang Yi practically invincible in closed-quartered combat. But Ji Liangquan was no weakling. Even though he was suppressed by Yang Yi's onslaught, he was still barely able to resist Yang Yi. Void Slash! Suddenly, Ji Liangqun's furious shout resounded, and then numerous formidable sword techniques flashed through the area, causing Yang Yi to be pushed backwards repeatedly. While Yan Yi was being pushed backwards, Ji Liangchuan suddenly charged forward, and his sword shot out from his grasp like a bolt of lightning. Its target was Yan Yi. Meanwhile, his short sabers appeared in his grasp. Yan Yi gazed at Ji Liangchuan from afar, and then he took a step back. A sword immediately arrived before his forehead once he finished taking that step back. However, it was still a tiny distance away from his flesh. Meanwhile, Yan Yi suddenly stabbed his sword forward. Clang! A clear and loud sound of collision resounded. Ji Liangquan's sword was struck away. Meanwhile, Ji Liangchuan had arrived in front of Yan Yi. In an instant, countless rays of light enveloped Yan Yi. The rays of light were still so visible because his saber had been so swift. Yan Yi slowly closed his eyes when the rays of light enveloped him. What is true? The most primitive is true. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his eyes again. In an instant. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1709 Simplify and Combine. At the instant he opened his eyes, Yan Yi's sword shot forward. Stab, flick, chop, swing, slice, sweep. As far as Qin Jian and Qin Yushui were concerned, Yan Yi was ceaselessly repeating these movements. The speed at which Yan Yi swung his sword was extremely slow. It was so slow that it was like a child using a sword. However, their expressions were extremely solemn. Yan Yi's speed wasn't slow, it was swift. When one was swift to the limit, it seemed slow. In less than a breath of time, Ji Liangquan's sword energy had been completely obliterated. Yan Yi withdrew his sword and stood on the spot as he gazed at Ji Liangchuan. Do you have other moves? Ji Liangchuan gazed at Yan Yi for a long time before he asked. Why is this happening? Yan Yi's moves were extraordinarily ordinary. They were so ordinary that even a beginner knew them. Moreover, Yan Yi hadn't utilized any sword intent. However, it was exactly such ordinary moves that destroyed his saber techniques. Yan Yi asked. You want to know? Ji Liangchuan nodded. Yan Yi glanced at his sword and said, You know. I noticed earlier that I was on the wrong path towards the sword Dao. The wrong path? Ji Liangchuan frowned slightly. What do you mean? Yan Yi replied. It can't be said to be wrong, I can only be said to have not understood. He glanced at Ji Liangchuan and continued. You're at the zenith realm. Regardless of whether it's your speed or techniques, they've arrived at the zenith, right? Ji Liangchuan nodded. Yan Yi said. You've arrived at your own limits. Do you know what's above your limits? Ji Liangchuan said. The truth. Yan Yi nodded. Do you know what's the truth? Ji Liangchuan fell silent for a moment and replied. Please do tell. Yan Yi replied. The truth is the quintessence, it's the original form. Just like my sword, it's actually just a piece of metal. What's the true form of metal? Matter. What's the true form of matter? Ji Liangchuan glanced at Yan Yi and said, Can you make it simpler? Yan Yi nodded slightly. The most primitive is true. Simply speaking, we should simplify the complicated and seek the quintessence of all things. Just like the sword. For example, sword techniques may vary, but the principle is the same. It's always the same moves. However, because of innovation, sword techniques started to have numerous variations, and all sorts of flashy sword techniques appeared. Is that bad? Ji Liangchuan continued. Some sword techniques are very formidable, right? Yan Yi glanced at his sword. No matter how strong they are still sword techniques. The sword is the core. We should pursue the sword and not sword techniques. He gazed at Ji Liangchuan and continued. Because the sword is the foundation. Ji Liangchuan lowered his head slightly and seemed to be in deep thought. He wasn't the only one. Qin Jian and Qin Yushui were in deep thought too. They seemed to be comprehending what Yan Yi had just said. Yan Yi took a deep breath, and there was a grin on his face. had gained such comprehension because of the conversation between the unfettered one and Li Tai Bai. Forget. Both of them spoke about forgetting the sword domain. It wasn't just the sword domain, they were also trying to forget other things that were flashy yet not practical. It was like tempering metal. A piece of metal had to be struck thousands of times to remove the impurities within it. Only then would it grow stronger and sharper. The forgetting that the unfettered one and Li Tai Bai spoke of could be considered as the removal of impurities and pursuit of the quintessence of the sword. Or perhaps, it could be said to be the pursuit of the quintessence of all things. Simplified to seek the truth. It was what Yang Yi had comprehended. So, he hadn't utilized any sword techniques or sword intent while fighting Ji Liangchuan, and from now on, he wouldn't just utilize sword techniques and sword intent in battle as well. The way he thought right now was very simple. It was to forget the techniques had learned in the past and start from the beginning. Forget the sword domain, forget the sword techniques, and forget sword intent. Suddenly, Ji Liangchuan said, I can kill true realm experts. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Ji Liangchuan. If I'm not wrong, they can't be considered as real true realm experts, right? As far as he was concerned, only experts like the Yang clan's patriarch could be considered as a real true realm expert. As for people like Yang Gu and Yang Ling, they were still quite far away from real true realm experts. Ji Liangchuan gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, Simplify and pursue the quintessence. The quintessence is the truth. Thank you for your guidance. He turned around and started walking away once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, You're leaving just like that? Ji Liangchuan turned around and gazed at Yang Yi. I can't kill you. Yang Yi shook his head. I mean, I helped you a little, right? Ji Liangchuan nodded. Yes, you did. Yang Yi said, I have a small thing I need your help with. Of course, just forget it if you're unwilling. Ji Liangchuan glanced at Yang Yi and said, I don't like owing people favors. Go on, tell me what it is. Yang Yi grinned. It's nothing. It's just that I might return to the Yang clan soon. I'm quite cowardly, so I'd like to get someone to accompany me there. Ji Liangquan's eyelids twitched. At this moment, he was on the verge of cursing. Return to the Yang clan? Presently, the entire world was aware that the Yang clan wanted to kill Yang Yi. If Yang Yi was returning, what was he going back for? It was definitely not to have some tea. So, returning with Yang Yi meant that he would have to fight the Yang clan. It was a trap. A huge trap. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. At this moment, Ji Liangchuan understood why Yang Yi had been so kind as to explain all of that to him. It was a trap. It was bait. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, Of course, I won't force you if you don't want to. But I'm sure you're aware that a clear conscience is very important, especially for cultivators like us. It's karma, and the heart and mind won't be at peace until karma is severed. It'll be very disadvantageous to your cultivation too. Right, I'm not saying all of that for any specific reason, so don't take it seriously. I'm just describing it for fun, and I have no other intentions. I promise. The corners of Ji Liangquan's mouth twitched. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, I know. You were just telling that to me for fun. I promise. I know. Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, Ji Liangchuan suddenly flicked a talisman over to Yang Yi. I said that I don't like owing favors. It'll return the favor that I owe you. That's a transmission talisman. Crush it when you plan to return to the Yang clan. It'll be there. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. A smile curled up on Yang Yi's face as he gazed at the transmission talisman. Ji Liangchuan was extremely strong. It could be said that even fighting two true realm experts wouldn't be a problem for him. The Yang clan. Yang Yi's face turned gloomy when he thought of the Yang clan. Had naturally not forgotten what the Yang clan had done to him, and he was determined to get his revenge. As a man, he had to repay his debts and take revenge if there was enmity. However, he wasn't that foolish as to go against the Yang clan on his own, nor could he accomplish that. Not to mention anything else, Just the Yang clan's patriarch, Yang Shao, wasn't someone he could defeat. If he didn't use the war god's arm, he wouldn't even be able to fight Yang Shao. So, he had to get help. Help! Yan Yi suddenly gazed at Qin Jian and Qin Yushui. Their eyelids twitched when they saw him look at them. Yan Yi said, "What I said earlier was helpful to the both of you too, right?" Qin Jian exchanged glances with his sister. In the end, he said, "Brother Yang, I'm sorry. We're very grateful for the guidance that you've provided, but we can't go to the Yang clan with you. It's not that we're afraid, but we're members of the Qin clan. If we go with you, it's very likely that it'll cause the Yang clan and the Qin clan's relationship to turn hostile." So, Yang Yi smiled. "I understand, and I won't ask you to go to the Yang clan with me. What I wanted to say is, do you know why Ji Liangquan's attainments in the sword Dao is stronger than both of you?" Yang Yi didn't wait for them to answer him and continued, "Because of the shackles on you. Both of your hearts are shackled. It's an invisible shackle. Just like this very moment, both of you really want to help me, but you have to consider your clan and choose not to help. Sword cultivators aren't cultivating the sword, but the heart. If the heart is in shackles, the sword is in shackles. If the sword is in shackles, you won't be able to draw your sword when you need to. That's why your swords aren't as swift and powerful as Ji Liangquan. It's because your hearts and swords are bound." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked towards the palace. Qin Jian and Qin Yushui remained silent on the spot. A long time passed before Qin Yushui said, "Brother, what he said really does make sense." Qin Jian laughed bitterly. "I know. But what can we do about it? It wasn't easy for the clan to foster us. Even if we don't make any great contributions to the clan, we can't cause trouble for the clan, right?" Qin Yushui remained silent for a long time before she said, "If the heart is bound, we hesitate before drawing our swords. Once we hesitate, how can it be quick?" She gazed at the palace at this point and continued, "Brother, did you see? Both Ji Liangquan and Yang Yi's swords are extremely swift. They're much swifter than both of us." Qin Jian fell silent. A short while passed before Qin Yushui shook her head. "Let's go." It didn't take long for them to leave Phoenix Cry Mountain. After he entered the palace, Yang Yi immediately entered the primordial pagoda and went to the cultivation room on the 3rd level. Simplify. Had learned too many sword and fist techniques. He naturally had no intention to discard all of them. His goal was to combine all of them, and then simplify them. His goal was to make them simpler and purer. It wasn't just his sword techniques and fist techniques that he intended to simplify. He also intended to simplify the laws Head comprehended. In the past, his sword had been too complicated, and had learned too many miscellaneous things. So, he intended to simplify and combine everything he knew. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17:10 Split Second. Sword Techniques. Yang Yi's first target to simplify was his sword techniques. For example, Heavenrend. Heavenrend has been with him for a very, very long time. Because it was a sword technique that could grow along with his strength, and he had the sword's spirit, so had never discarded that technique. Simplifying represented making the sword technique even simpler and purer. Heavenrend focused on explosive force and overlapping its attacks. However, sheathing and drawing a sword with the ancient sheath still took time. Yang Yi was removing these tedious movements. In other words, his goal was for it to be overlapped without sheathing his sword. Sword moves were no more than stabs, flicks, swings, chops, slashes, and so on and so forth. Now, Head converted the Heavenrend into a swing, and every time he swung his sword, he would be able to overlap Heavenrend. It wasn't just with the swing movement, even the stab, flick, chop, slash, and other movements were being converted too. In the future, every attack he executed could be overlapped. Overlapping. These words were the embodiment of speed and strength were the quintessence of sword techniques. Any sword technique and even other techniques or flashy techniques were strong because of their speed and strength. Their quintessence was speed and strength. So, Yang Yi had decided to abandon the techniques themselves and pursue both speed and strength. Had tested it earlier. During the battle with Ji Liangchuan, the reason had been able to destroy those rays of saber energy at the end was because of utilizing this method, and had noticed that it was very effective. However, it was absolutely difficult to accomplish. Overlapping every single attack had extremely harsh requirements on one's strength and speed. After all, an attack that isn't overlapped can be extraordinarily swift, but an overlapped attack would slow down because of the overlapping. Now, his goal was to train with everything he had. He intended to train until the difference in speed between an overlapped attack and a single attack vanished. There were no shortcuts when it came to cultivating. The only way to simplify things was to practice to the death. It was an extremely painful process. Coupled with the fact that he could only use his left hand, it was even more painful. He was just repeating simple moves like stabs, flicks, chops, and swipes. However, every single one of them was equivalent to 20 overlapped attacks. As he trained, he couldn't even feel his left hand anymore. Fortunately, he had primordial violet energy. Because he had primordial violet energy, he could carry out high-intensity training without any worries. Cultivating was a never-ending process. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yi had been training for 5 months. Of course, only 15 days had passed in the outside world. During these 5 months, Yang Yi didn't do anything but ceaselessly repeat basic sword movements like stabs, flicks, chops, swipes, and so on and so forth. He didn't even sleep throughout this time. He swung his sword tens of thousands of times every single day, and he trained until he couldn't feel his arm. But because he had primordial violet energy, his arm would be instantly repaired once he couldn't feel it anymore. However, that was only during the beginning. In the end, his rate of training became so insane that even the primordial violet energy couldn't keep up with him. So, it forced him to stop training from time to time. Was it painful? Absolutely. Because he wasn't just using his arm when he trained, his entire body was tense. Coupled with the high levels of focus he had to maintain, it was absolutely tiring. But it was necessary. There were no shortcuts in cultivation. The only way to grow stronger was to train until exhaustion. Comfort was prepared for the dead. 2 more months passed. Yang Yi finally stopped training. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi stood on the spot with his sword in hand. His eyes were closed, and he seemed like he was in a meditative state. He just stood there for around a quarter of an hour, and then he suddenly opened his eyes. Wham! A sword howl resounded, and then 10 rays of light appeared before Yang Yi. Some of them were horizontal, some were vertical, and some were at an angle. In short, they were in all sorts of angles. Yang Yi gazed at them for a long time, and then a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. If they weren't destroyed by external forces, they wouldn't disperse on their own. Had executed 10 attacks just now, and every single one of them had 20 attacks in them. Had only used less than a breath of time to accomplish that. A few months ago, had only been able to execute 2 heavenlands in succession within a breath of time. Yet now, he could execute 10. Besides that, every one of them was much stronger than they had been. After all, his constant training had tremendously improved both his speed and strength. Especially his unrivaled strength and physical strength. The main reason he could execute 10 of those overlapped attacks within a breath of time was his physical strength and unrivaled strength. Because his physical Buddhist foundation was very solid, and his unrivaled strength was powerful. That was why he could execute 10 overlapped attacks within a breath of time. If Nanjing's strength hadn't improved at all, then she would definitely not be a match for him right now. However, he was very well aware that it was impossible. Nanjing was very strong before they parted. Now that she had the Wu clan's ancestor, Wu Mu, to guide her, it was obvious that her strength would definitely undergo a qualitative transformation. Of course, it was a good thing for him. Yang Yi didn't leave the primordial pagoda, because he had numerous other things to do. For example, simplifying the laws he possessed. The laws. He possessed the laws of speed, the laws of darkness, the spatial laws, the temporal laws, and the laws of decay. Besides the laws of darkness, he practically never used the other 4 laws any longer. The reason he stopped using them was because besides the laws of darkness, the rest weren't very useful to him now. Yang Yi felt they were useless in the past, yet now, he realized that it wasn't that they were useless, and had merely overlooked their strength. For example, after the laws of darkness was improved, its might was completely different from what it had been. There were no weak laws, and there were no weak sword techniques. There were only weak people. Besides the laws of decay and the temporal laws, the other 3 laws were the product of utilizing the sword domain to copy and comprehend from others. But after he copied it from others, he didn't put further effort into comprehending and researching them. Everything required hard work to learn and study it, and only then would it grow more effective. In the past, he didn't pay attention to things like this. Or it should be said that had overlooked all of it. But he refused to do it again. He intended to organize everything had possessed and learned in the past. He planned to simplify them into their simplest, purest, and most effective form. The forgetting that the unfettered one and Li Tai Bai spoke about wasn't completely forgetting all sword techniques and the sword domain. They meant forgetting the flashy yet impractical things to pursue the quintessence of all things. They pursued the true form of it all. Of course, their conversation wasn't that simple, but Yang Yi had only figured out this much. As for the deep and hidden meaning behind their words, he didn't really understand it completely. Study the laws. Yang Yi started studying the laws next. The spatial laws. The first law Yang Yi studied was the spatial laws. Because space was everywhere. He believed that if he truly comprehended it, then it would definitely be the most helpful to him. The spatial laws allowed him to become one with space, and he could control space as well. However, even a rebirth realm expert could easily replicate that ability. Moreover, unless he was in a special place, the space in most places was very easy to shatter. That was exactly why the spatial laws seemed so useless to him. It wasn't just the spatial laws. Even the temporal laws, laws of speed, and the laws of decay were the same. It was also why Yang Yi rarely utilized these 4 laws. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Were they useless? That was what Yang Yi thought in the past. But he didn't think they were useless anymore. They weren't useless, it was his fault for not learning them well. When he started studying the spatial laws, Yang Yi called Zir over to his side. Because her attainments in space were much greater than his. Sense it. Zir spoke solemnly. If you want to understand space, you have to sense it. We're within space right now, so sense it carefully. Sense everything about it, and then take control of everything it has and use everything it has. Your goal is to figure out how to control and use it better. It shouldn't be difficult for you. Yang Yi nodded, and then he sat down cross-legged and stared to comprehend space. Space was everywhere. Because everyone lived within space. Of course, when one's strength arrived at a certain level, one wouldn't die even if space was shattered. Now, his goal was to figure out how to use the space around him. Just like that, day after day passed. 10 days later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then he took his sword in his left grasp and swung it. In an instant, 10 rays of light appeared around him. There was nothing different about them when compared to before, but Yang Yi was delighted. Because this time, had used even less time than before. Had reduced the overall time by around 1/10. While it seemed to only be just 1/10, it still was extremely terrifying. However, that wasn't even the main point. The main point was that Had noticed that he could utilize the space around him when he attacked. Space could be an auxiliary force to him, and help his attacks grow even faster. Besides that, Had noticed that his laws of darkness, spatial laws, and laws of speed could be utilized together. The reason his laws of darkness allowed him to suddenly appear behind others without them noticing, was actually by traveling through space. At the instant he traveled through space, he could utilize the spatial laws, and he could even utilize the laws of speed as well. Of course, it was difficult to utilize all three of these laws in an instant. Train. Train like a man. On the first day, he trained 20,000 times. On the second day, 30,000 times. On the 10th day, 50,000 times. 3 months later. On the first level of the primordial pagoda, Yan Yi was standing on a huge rock with his eyes closed, and he had a sword in his grasp. Around 15 minutes later, Yan Yi suddenly opened his eyes. A huge tree around 3 kilometers away from him was suddenly split apart at the center. An instant later, it decayed and crumbled into pieces. Yan Yi glanced at the dense forest in the distance. Hiss! 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 All the trees he glanced at were split apart at the center, and the cut was smooth like a mirror. An instant later, all of them decayed into powder. As for Yan Yi, he was still standing on the spot and hadn't moved at all. A long time passed before Yan Yi looked down slightly and spoke softly. This attack is formed from the fusion of 5 laws. It's swift to the extreme. They'll call it split second. A sword of mine that's in the moment between an instant and eternity. Split second. An attack in a split second. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17:11 The day I put down my sword. Split second. Actually, Yan Yi hadn't been standing still all the time. It was just that had been too fast. At the moment he opened his eyes, his figure was 3 kilometers away. However, because he was too swift, he seemed like he hadn't moved at all even after attacking and returning to where he'd been standing. Speed. Strength. His attack wasn't flashy at all, and it only stressed on 2 points, speed and strength. He didn't use the spatial laws to modify space or condense it, and he just simply used the spatial laws to increase his speed. Modifying the structure of space or using space to form spatial walls were actually useless, because many experts could shatter space with ease. Unless it was a place with extraordinarily strong space, then perhaps he could use the space there to do something. However, controlling space at a place where space was easily shattered was utterly useless. It wasn't his attainments in the spatial laws that were weak, and it was space's own characteristics that made it like that. For example, no matter how one used mud, it wouldn't transform into a sharp sword. So, he had no choice but to use space's strong points. It was the same for the laws of speed. Speed! He used everything to improve his speed. When speed was at a certain level, it could create force. When the force created through speed was combined with his own physical strength, unrivaled strength, and overlapped attacks, it made his attack's speed and explosive force extremely terrifying. It could be said that while his cultivation wasn't at the zenith realm, the might of his attacks had fully surpassed the zenith realm and arrived at the true realm. Not the type of ordinary and weak true realm experts, but real true realm experts. His attack was very pure and focused. However, it had a huge flaw. Actually, it couldn't be considered to be a flaw, it could only be considered as a drawback, and it was that it consumed too much profound energy. Executing that attack earlier had completely exhausted all the profound energy within him. Not even a drop remained. If his body wasn't strong, he probably wouldn't even have the strength to stand right now. Yan Yi didn't make a fuss about it because it was very normal. Simultaneously utilizing 5 types of laws and overlapping his attacks was a huge burden on his profound energy. However, it allowed Yan Yi to realize that his cultivation was too low. Head understood what the zenith represented and what was true. However, he was still at the rebirth realm. It was naturally because he didn't have time to cultivate. A person's cultivation wouldn't just rise for no reason. Moreover, had been stuck in the vortex that was the Yang clan, so he hadn't had any time to cultivate. Yet now he could cultivate. Yan Yi returned to the third level and started cultivating. At a corner of the first level in the primordial pagoda, Cheong-chi, who was lying there on the ground and recuperating, had suddenly opened his eyes. There was a small flame in front of him. It was the divining flame. Cheong-chi glanced at the divining flame and remained silent. The divining flame said, "As far as I know, ancient ferocious beasts aren't this weak." Cheong-chi remained silent. The divining flame continued, "You appeared in that small world with a group of defiant cultivators all those years ago. That was definitely not a coincidence. If I'm not wrong, you were there for this pagoda, right?" Cheong-chi still remained silent. The divining flame continued, "When this pagoda was lost all those years ago, it was no secret in the upper dimension. If I'm not wrong, you were there in that small world for this pagoda, right?" Cheong-chi glanced at the divining flame. "So what if I was?" The divining flame fell silent for a short while before he said, "I don't know why Master chose him. But I'm sure you're aware that since Master has acknowledged him and allowed him to take control of this pagoda, it represents that Master is willing to form a link of karma with him. So you understand what I mean, right?" Cheong-chi replied. "You're afraid that he'll take it by force? Or notify those experts of the demon dimension?" The divining flame replied. "Yes," Cheong-chi said. "Then why don't you notify your master first?" The divining flame fell silent. Meanwhile, Cheong-chi suddenly said, "That kid is in Milky Way system. Based on your master's strength, he should be able to notice the pagoda's arrival. However, he hasn't shown himself. There are two possible explanations for that. Firstly, head and closed-door cultivation. Secondly, he's testing that kid, and he wants that kid to rely on himself to get to the upper dimension." Cheong-chi paused for a moment and continued, "If it's the latter, then it would naturally not be a problem. He'll have someone to protect him once he heads up there. But if it's the former, then that kid will probably be obliterated once he heads up there." The divining flame spoke solemnly. "If it's the former, then he will be obliterated if you expose the presence of this pagoda once he gets up there. Because it isn't just the demon race that wants this pagoda, the shaman race, and even others may want it. The human race," Cheong-chi spoke abruptly. "The human race covets it too, right?" The divining flame fell silent. Cheong-chi remained silent for a long time before he said, "Instead of worrying about that, you should worry about how to make that kid grow swiftly. Once he has sufficient strength, he would naturally have no need to fear that others would try to take this pagoda from him." The divining flame said, "What about you? I refuse to believe that you're just following him because of that so-called agreement from that day. Moreover, 3 years have passed." "Right." Cheong-chi didn't say anything. The divining flame said, "I hope you make the right choice." The divining flame vanished after saying that. Cheong-chi remained silent for a long time, and then he closed his eyes slowly. It seemed like he'd fallen asleep. On the third level, Yan Yi was still cultivating. Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. One morning, Yan Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then an aura swept out from him. However, it only took a moment for it to surge back into Yan Yi's body. Huff! Yan Yi let out a mouthful of foul air, and then he took up the Zenith realm. After months of bitter cultivation, had finally stepped foot into the Zenith realm. The current volume of profound energy he possessed was sufficient to execute split second twice. Actually, he could even charge into the true realm. Because Head understood what true represented. However, he didn't do that. It was best to steadily rise up in the realms of cultivation. If he charged into the true realm now, it would definitely not be stable even if he succeeded. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. After all, had just attained the Zenith realm. He hadn't even gotten used to the Zenith realm, so immediately charging into the true realm was too hasty, and it would leave tremendous potential issues behind. When it came to cultivating, One couldn't only focus on speed. The best way was to rise steadily, level by level. Yan Yi seemed to have thought of something at this moment. He flipped his palm, and a scroll appeared in his grasp. It was the scroll that Li Taibai had given him that day, and it contained Li Taibai's inheritance. Yan Yi gazed at it for a long time, and then he put it away. He didn't need Li Taibai's inheritance. He knew that it definitely contained powerful sword techniques and Li Taibai's beliefs in the sword Dao. If he took a look, he would definitely gain a lot. However, he didn't open it, and he refused to. Because he had his own beliefs and ideas now, and he had his own perception of the sword Dao. He didn't want to take Li Taibai's path, and he refused to take the unfettered one's path too. He just wanted to take his own path. Yan Yi put the scroll away and glanced at Xiao Yushi. She was still cultivating. Or it should be said that she was always cultivating. Affection arose in Yan Yi's heart as he gazed at her. Throughout these years, Xiao Yushi, Su Qinshi, and all the others had definitely been living lives filled with worry. He felt guilty. Had always felt guilty towards them. The unfettered one took a path towards the sword Dao that was without emotion, and only the sword remained in his heart. So, the unfettered one's attainments were formidable. Because his sword Dao was the purest. It was truly pure. But Yang Yi didn't want to take such a path. In his heart, Xiao Yushi and the others were much more important than the sword Dao. He wanted to grow strong so that he could protect those he cared about. It could be said that Xiao Yushi and the others were his motivation. If the unfettered one took a path towards the sword Dao that was without emotion, then he sought a path that used emotion. If a heart was without emotion, it would naturally be free and unbound. Such a sword Dao was pure to the extreme, and it would be strong to the extreme. If there was emotion in the heart, it represented that the sword would be bound by threads of emotion. Even though Yang Yi had used it to become his motivation to grow stronger, it was still a form of restraint. Just like when he intended to draw his sword, he would consider Xiao Yushi and the others, and he would worry about them. His heart was bound, so his sword was bound. A bound sword could never be absolutely pure. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to sever his emotions and abandon them. If he didn't have the people he loved the most, then what was the point of becoming unparalleled through the world? At the very least, it was meaningless to him. He could abandon the sword Dao for them, but he would absolutely not abandon them for the sword Dao. Yan Yi remained silent on the spot for a while, and then he walked over to Xiao Yushi. He kissed her gently on the forehead and spoke softly. "Wait for the day I put down my sword." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Right after Yan Yi vanished, Xiao Yushi suddenly opened her eyes and looked ahead for a long time before she spoke softly. "All right." Yan Yi didn't leave the primordial pagoda immediately. Because Snowy asked him to play with her. Yan Yi naturally wouldn't refuse her request. Had been cultivating every day for the last few months, and Snowy was extremely displeased by that. After playing with Snowy for 2 days and satisfying her, Yan Yi left the primordial pagoda. He was stunned when he returned to the outside world. It was because numerous eyes were staring at him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17:12 Kill everyone related to you. For the sake of cultivating, had just hidden himself in a corner of Li Taibai's palace. Now that had returned to the outside world, he noticed that there were a few dozen people here. Every single one of them was holding a sword or carrying a sword on their backs. Sword cultivators. They were those sword cultivators who'd been in Sword Immortal City. Yan Yi glanced at them, and then he turned around and walked away. Meeting Li Taibai and gaining Li Taibai's inheritance had been the reason why had come to Phoenix Cry Mountain. However, that had been in the past. Now, he wasn't interested in Li Taibai's inheritance at all. Had gained something that was even more important than Li Taibai's inheritance. Wait! Suddenly, a voice resounded. Yang Yi stopped and turned to look. A man was walking in his direction. The man had a green robe on him, and he was around the age of 25. The man said, "If I'm not wrong, you're that fellow, Yang Yi, who the Yang clan issued a warrant for, right?" Yang Yi! The other sword cultivators gazed at Yang Yi. They'd seen him in Sword Immortal City, but many hadn't been able to recall it immediately. Yang Yi glanced at the man and nodded. "Yes." The man grinned. "Don't worry, we aren't interested in the Yang clan's rewards." "Worried?" Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he shook his head. "I'm not worried." The man smiled. "Let's not talk about that. There's something else I'd like to ask about." Yang Yi replied. "Go on." Yang Yi was such a person. If you spoke nicely to him, he would reply nicely. It worked both ways. The man said, "You got here a long time ago, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "Sort of." A smile curled up on the corners of the man's mouth. "So, you met the Sword Immortal, Li Tai Bai?" Yang Yi nodded. "I did." Everyone here was visibly excited when they heard him, and the smile on the man's mouth gradually grew wider. The man said, "The Sword Immortal's inheritance is in your possession, right? So that's what he wants." Yang Yi understood what the man wanted, and he understood what the other sword cultivators here were thinking. He glanced at them and said, "The Sword Immortal's inheritance is in my possession, and I understand what all of you want. However, the Sword Immortal gave it to me." Even though he refused to use Li Tai Bai's inheritance, he wouldn't just casually give it away. The expressions of the others instantly turned gloomy when they heard him, and many even revealed hostility in their eyes. Meanwhile, the man said, "Brother Yang, that's not very nice, isn't it? We rushed over from all over this universe just to meet the Sword Immortal and gain his inheritance. Yet now you're taking it for yourself. That's really not very nice." Yang Yi glanced at them and shook his head. He didn't say a word and just walked away. The man's face turned even gloomier when Yang Yi ignored him, and then he vanished on the spot. Yang Yi suddenly stopped when the man's figure vanished, and then the surroundings fell silent. The man had appeared before Yang Yi, but a sword was pressed against the center of his forehead. The sword was held in Yang Yi's grasp. Everyone here was stunned, including the man. His eyes were filled with disbelief because he hadn't seen how Yang Yi had attacked. He wasn't the only one, all the others here hadn't seen it as well. All of them just saw the man vanish, and then a sword was pressed against his forehead. Yang Yi looked the man in the eyes and said, "If it's yours, it's yours. If it isn't, then don't try to get it by force. Understand?" Yang Yi withdrew his sword once he finished speaking, and then he walked towards the exit. Suddenly, the man roared with fury. "The Sword Immortal's inheritance is in his possession. If you don't want to have come here for nothing, then join forces and kill him. Make—" Suddenly, the man's voice stopped abruptly, and then his head tilted to the side and rolled off his neck. Blood sprayed out like a torrent. After staying stunned for a moment, all of them gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't stop and just continued forward. Someone suddenly asked, "He did it?" Someone else answered, "He didn't. He was always just walking." Another one said, "Impossible. He definitely did it. How did he do it?" Along with this question, silence suddenly filled the area. After he left the palace, Yang Yi tapped his right foot against the ground and shot up into the air. But it didn't take long for him to stop because a man and a woman had appeared before him. He recognized them both. It was Li Fengyu and Qin Linsong. Qin Linsong spoke solemnly. "What sword technique was that?" Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "I don't think I'm obligated to tell you." Qin Linsong frowned slightly. She fell silent for a moment and said, "Your strength is much stronger than before. Is it because of the Sword Immortal's inheritance?" Yang Yi shook his head. "It isn't. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell. Brother! Wait a moment!" Meanwhile, Li Fengyu suddenly said, "Brother Yang, we hold no ill intent towards you. We've just never seen such a powerful sword technique as the one you just executed. Brother Yang, You're a sword cultivator, so you should understand how we feel. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, Make your move! Li Fengyu and Qin Linseng exchanged glances, and then Qin Linseng vanished on the spot. She was in front of Yang Yi when she appeared again. In an instant, 3 rays of light stabbed towards Yang Yi's forehead, nape, and heart from 3 different directions. Every single one of them was lethal. Yang Yi didn't move at all. Right when the rays of light were less than half an inch away from hitting him. Wham! A sword howl suddenly resounded, and then the 3 rays of light shattered and were instantly obliterated. It was like they were never there. As for Yang Yi, he was still standing there, and it was like had never attacked. Both Qin Linseng and Li Fengyu were stunned by this scene, and they had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. A moment of silence ensued, and then Qin Linseng suddenly took a step forward. A wave of powerful sword intent swept out from within her, and it slammed down upon Yang Yi like a tidal wave. Everywhere it passed, even space warped. It was absolutely shocking. True rank sword intent. Suddenly, Yang Yi's wrist moved slightly, and then the powerful true rank sword intent before him vanished instantly without a trace. Qin Linseng and Li Fengyu were stunned. Wham! Meanwhile, a sword howl resounded, but there was no sword energy to see. Qin Linseng and Li Fengyu's eyes instantly opened wide when they heard it, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi's sword was so swift that it surpassed sound. No, it didn't just surpass sound, it far surpassed the speed of sound. Most importantly, Yang Yi hadn't executed any techniques just now, or even utilized sword intent. But it was just such an attack that had destroyed her true rank sword intent. Qin Linseng remained silent for a long time before she spoke solemnly. Why is your attack that fast and that strong? Yang Yi asked. Want to know? She nodded. What are your conditions? A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. I'll be returning to the Yang clan, but am quite a timid person. So am looking for some people to accompany me there. Are you willing to go with me? The Yang clan. Their eyelids twitched when they heard him. They naturally knew what Yang Yi's return to the Yang clan represented. Yang Yi intended to go back and take revenge. Both of them fell silent. Even though they were geniuses amongst geniuses, and were even experts on the Milky Way rankings, they were definitely nothing before an ancient clan like the Yang clan. So, if they went to the Yang clan with Yang Yi, they had a 99% chance of dying there. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly smiled. I want to force both of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. The Yang clan was a place he was determined to return to. However, he wasn't a fool, so he wouldn't try to fight the Yang clan on his own. Even though his strength had improved tremendously, the Yang clan was a large clan. Moreover, Yang Xiao's strength was still mysterious and unfathomable to him. Even now, he still wasn't confident in his ability to defeat the Yang clan's patriarch. Not to mention that the Yang clan was an ancient clan, so it definitely had unknown trump cards. If he returned rashly, he would only be throwing his life away. So, if he could get help, he intended to do so. Of course, he would still return even if he couldn't get any help. However, he wouldn't refuse if people were willing to go with him. Even though Qin Linseng and Li Fengyu were at the Zenith realm, their strength was absolutely sufficient to fight true realm experts. After all, both of them possessed true realm sword intent. However, they were hesitant, and Yang Yi would naturally not beg people to go back to the Yang clan with him. It was good if he had help, but he wasn't afraid if he didn't. Yang Yi left in a very decisive manner. Suddenly, Qin Linseng said, I'll go with you. Yang Yi stopped and gazed at her. Are you sure? She nodded. I am. Yang Yi nodded slightly. All right. He gazed at Li Fengyu while he spoke. Li Fengyu pondered deeply for a moment, and shook his head. Brother Yang, I'm sorry. As a member of the Li clan, I can't get mixed up in the business of your Yang clan. The Li clan? One of the 8 large clans? Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Yang Yi gazed at Qin Linseng, and then he flicked a scroll to her. That's the Sword Immortal's inheritance. It's yours now. Qin Linsang glanced at the scroll before her and gazed at Yang Yi. You learned that attack from here? Yang Yi shook his head. I never looked at it. Because I have my own path. That sword technique is something I created myself, and it belongs only to me. You can't learn it. Allow me to give you a piece of advice as well. Don't constantly imitate others. Of course, learning is extremely important, but you must have your own things too. Qin Linsang fell silent for a long time, and then she said, Thank you for your guidance. As she spoke, she took a glance at the contents of the scroll, and then her face gradually became extremely solemn. A long time passed before she looked up at Yang Yi. Now, I believe what you said just now. You really haven't taken a look at the Sword Immortal's inheritance? Yang Yi asked. Why? She replied. Because you wouldn't give it up if you had. She paused for a moment and continued. It's extremely formidable. Are you sure you want to give it up? Yang Yi grinned but didn't say anything. Suddenly, the space in front of Yang Yi trembled slightly, and then a woman appeared before him. Yang Yi recognized her. It was Qin Yushui. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Qin Yushui spoke solemnly. My clan received news that the Yang clan has sent its forces to Merak system. They intend to capture your friends and wives that are there. Yang Yi's face instantly became cold. He remained silent for a moment, and then he suddenly took a deep breath. Touch my loved ones and it'll kill everyone related to you. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1713 Grandpa Yan. I was wrong. Kill everyone. Their eyelids twitched when they heard Yang Yi. Yang Yi was a member of the Yang clan, yet he actually wanted to annihilate the Yang clan. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. However, it only took a moment for him to appear before Qin Yushui again. After that, he grabbed Qin Yushui's shoulder before vanishing on the spot with her. Only Li Fengyu and Qin Linsang remained here. Li Fengyu suddenly asked, Miss Qin, are you really going to return to the Yang clan with him? She glanced at Li Fengyu. I've taken from him, so can I refuse now? Li Fengyu pondered deeply for a moment and said, Miss Qin, allow me to be honest. The Yang clan isn't that simple. Qin Linsang asked. What are you trying to say? Li Fengyu replied. Miss Qin, the 8 large clans are like kings in this medium universe of ours. Every single one of them possesses their own secret trump cards and reserves. These trump cards and reserves are beyond your imagination. Qin Linsang replied. Then how did Yang Yi escape from the Yang clan? Li Fengyu glanced at her and said, Besides the 8 clans, there should be no others who are aware of that. Miss Qin, your identity isn't ordinary. Qin Linsang remained silent. Li Fengyu added, Yang Yi was able to escape because his trump cards kept exceeding the Yang clan's expectations. Moreover, the Yang clan hadn't recalled its experts that were outside the clan. Besides that, it's as I said just now. Every clan has trump cards that others don't know about. Why don't others know about it? It's because those trump cards will only be used when it's a moment of life and death for a clan. Qin Linsang said. You're trying to tell me that I'll be giving my life away by going there with him? Li Fengyu nodded. I'm not looking down on both of you. But both of you are really incapable of fighting the Yang clan. Qin Linsang grinned. Li Fengyu, if Yang Yi and I are still alive in a year from now, then you won't even be able to defend yourself against 3 attacks from us. She turned around and walked away once she finished speaking. Li Fengyu asked, What are you trying to say? Qin Linsang stopped and said, How can sword cultivators like us be fearful and hesitant when doing things? The Yang clan is extremely strong, but am not afraid. If I go and we're no match for them, then well flee. Fear is not even daring to go. She paused for a moment and continued, Yang Yi said that everyone must take their own path. Now I understand what he meant a little. Li Fingyu, you were born in a clan, and it has given you success and restraints. She transformed into a ray of light and vanished into the sky once she finished speaking. Li Fingyu remained silent on the spot. Over 10,000 kilometers away, Yang Yi flew swiftly on his sword while taking Qin Yushui with him. A long time passed before Yang Yi stopped, and then he gazed at her. Miss Qin, you said the Yang clan has sent its forces to Merak system. Do you know their whereabouts? Qin Yushui fell silent for a long time before she said, I don't, but my clan does. You're not going to return to Merak system? Yang Yi shook his head. I can't allow the battlefield to be there. Had thought of returning to Merak system, but he changed his mind in the end. If he returned, then he would be eternally locked in a passive position. Moreover, he couldn't allow the battlefield to be there. Merak system was too small, and it couldn't endure such a large-scale battle. So, the battlefield had to be in Milky Way system. Qin Yushui was intelligent, so she instantly understood Yang Yi's thoughts. She fell silent for a moment and said, Even though I don't know who the Yang clan sent or their whereabouts, my clan does. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time and said, Your clan told you to come to me. She glanced at him and asked, How did you know? Yang Yi shook his head slightly. Tell me what the Qin clan wants. Qin Yushui fell silent for a long time before she replied, My ancestor knew you would ask me that. So, he told me to ask you a question. What can you give the Qin clan? Yang Yi fell silent. What could he give the Qin clan? He had nothing to give them right now. Qin Yushui continued, My ancestor said that he's a straightforward person too, and he doesn't like playing tricks. Helping you is just a small matter for the Qin clan, and his objective is that you remember our Qin clan's kindness. If you don't die, then you can return the favor if you want, and it's fine even if you don't return the favor. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he said, You'll remember this kindness. Qin Yushui nodded slightly, and then she flicked a scroll to Yang Yi. The information you need is within it. Don't throw it away. My Qin clan will be using it to convey additional information to you if the Yang clan takes any further action. Yang Yi glanced at it and said, Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and vanished on the spot. Suddenly, Qin Yushui shouted, The Yang clan sent true realm experts. I can fight 10 of them. A voice came from afar. It was Yang Yi's voice. 10 of them. Qin Yushui was stunned on the spot. In the boundless starry sky, a man was shooting through it like a shooting star. There was a tiny embroidered on his left chest. It was the Yang clan's Yang Ling. It didn't take long for Yang Ling to arrive at the edge of the medium universe of the Milky Way system. Suddenly, Yang Ling stopped because a man had appeared before him. Yang Yi! The man was Yang Yi. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi! Yang Ling stared at Yang Yi. The patriarch was right. You really have shown yourself. Yang Yi started walking slowly in Yang Ling's direction. Tell me something before you die. Who raised the proposal to capture my family? Yang Ling laughed coldly. Yang Yi, if I'm not wrong, someone is definitely helping you in secret. Let me guess, is it the Yin clan? The Wu clan? Or the Qin clan? Yang Yi stopped moving. You know that someone is helping me. Yang Ling laughed coldly. When a traitor like you has appeared in my Yang clan, how could the other clans not try to use this opportunity? Of course, it's normal. Even my Yang clan would have done the same. Traitor? Yang Yi chuckled. I, Yang Yi, am a traitor? How amusing. But it's normal. After all, people always like to take the moral high ground, and then push all the bad things onto others. Yang Yi shook his head at this point. Since you refuse to answer me, then die. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi was about to attack. However, the space around him suddenly trembled, and then 5 black-robed old men swiftly appeared around him. 5 true realm experts. It was an ambush. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The Qin clan betrayed me? Such a thought had immediately appeared in Yang Yi's mind. Suddenly Yang Ling said, Yang Yi, While we don't know who's helping you, it doesn't make a difference to us. Because that's exactly what we want. Yang Yi glanced at the old men around him and gazed at Yang Ling. 5 true realm experts? That doesn't seem enough. Yang Ling grinned. Just try it first. If it isn't enough, we have even better treatment waiting for you. As he spoke, Yang Ling bowed slightly to the 5 black-robed old men. Exalted elders, even though he's a member of our Yang clan, he has become a sworn enemy of our clan. He's an extraordinary genius, so if he isn't eliminated now, he'll definitely become a calamity for our clan. Thus, please don't hold back. Meanwhile, one of the 5 old men, an old man who held a black cane, stepped forward. He glanced at Yang Yi and said, "In Yangshan, I watched your father grow up." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "Looks like you've lived for a very long time." Yangshan nodded slightly. "All 5 of us have lived for a very long time. We feel very regretful for what happened to you. If we weren't in closed-door cultivation, we would have definitely stopped the clan from treating you in that way." Yang Ling's face instantly became quite unsightly upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Yangshan added, "Unfortunately, it's too late for that now. You hold resentment towards the clan. Based on your character, you'll definitely take revenge on the clan." Yang Yi smiled. "So, I must die, right?" Yangshan replied. "No. I can give you a chance to live. So long as you swear on your soul that you won't take revenge on the clan, and hand over 2 strands of your soul, then we can let you live." "Hand over 2 strands of my soul?" Yang Yi started laughing. "I thought that a few reasonable people had appeared in the Yang clan. But it seems like I was just too naive. Let's just cut the crap and fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. At the same moment, Yangshan and the others attacked. They waved their hands forward. In an instant, the space around Yang Yi suddenly started condensing in layers. It instantly condensed into a small cage that trapped Yang Yi, and the area around the cage had transformed into a huge black hole. The black hole stretched out for over 10,000 kilometers. Meanwhile, Yang Ling suddenly chuckled. "Yang Yi, that's true condensing of space. Space has been condensed to its limits. Coupled with the energy of 5 exalted elders, you wouldn't be able to escape even if you're at the true realm right now." In the spatial cage, Yang Yi glanced at the cage which surrounded him, and then he tapped his sword against it. The spatial cage didn't even tremble. "Ha ha." Meanwhile, Yang Ling started laughing. "Yang Yi, you." His expression suddenly changed drastically. At this moment, the hairs throughout his body were standing on end, and his instinct towards danger made him flash away and flee the spot that he stood on. In next to no time, his figure had appeared 300 m away. However, as soon as he stopped there, his arm suddenly fell off his shoulder. Everyone here gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was still on the spot, but the spatial cage around him was gone. Yang Yi started walking slowly in Yang Ling and the others' direction. "It's not impossible for me to let bygones be bygones between me and the Yang clan. Let's do this. Tell the Yang clan's patriarch, Yang Xiao, to bring along the heads of those who ganged up on me that day, kneel before me, and then repeat these words 100 times. Grandpa Yang, I was wrong. Do that and it'll let bygones be bygones. Alright? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17-14. Then too. Yangshan and the others' faces turned gloomy when they heard Yang Yi. Make the Yang clan's patriarch kneel before Yang Yi while bringing along the heads of those experts? Was it even possible? Of course it wasn't possible. Even if the Yang clan's patriarch was willing to do so, they wouldn't allow it. Because if the Yang clan's patriarch did that, the Yang clan would become the laughingstock of the entire medium universe. Moreover, the Yang clan's patriarch would never do that. Not to mention that Yang Yi was just an extraordinary genius who was slightly monstrous. Even if he was an extraordinary genius like Wu Mu, the Yang clan still wouldn't do anything that brought shame to the Yang clan. Yang Shun gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "You really intend to fight the clan until death?" Yang Yi withdrew one of the energy pearls that Snowy made and consumed it. "Allow me to correct you. It's the Yang clan who has been constantly forcing my hand, and it's the Yang clan that has always wanted to kill me. The Yang clan just wasn't able to succeed. Yet now, you make it sound like I've been the one who has always been looking for trouble with the Yang clan." Yang Shun was about to speak when Yang Ling suddenly said, "Don't waste your breath on him. He's recovering his profound energy. Hurry!" Yang Ling's expression changed again when he spoke up to this point. Just as before, his countenance suddenly turned ghastly pale. An instant later, his figure vanished on the spot, and had moved 300 m to the right when he appeared again. As soon as he stopped on the spot, his other arm fell off his shoulder. But Yang Yi was still on the spot. Everyone here was shocked. Actually, all of them knew that Yang Yi had attacked. But Yang Yi had been so fast that even they hadn't been able to react to it. It was truly swift to the limit. The most astounded here was Yang Ling. If he hadn't been frequently leading expeditions for the Yang clan and possessed a very sensitive sense for danger, he would be dead. Because both of Yang Yi's attacks hadn't been aimed at his arms, they were aimed at his head. The most shocking part was he noticed that he was actually unable to quickly regrow his arm. Not only was he unable to quickly regrow it, there was a strand of mysterious energy corroding his body from where his arms had been sliced off. If he hadn't quickly utilized his profound energy to resist the corrosion, it would have instantly corroded his entire body into powder. The laws of decay. Even though the laws of decay couldn't instantly decay a true realm expert, it could stop them from quickly repairing their bodies. This effect was extremely useful. Just like this very moment. Yang Ling had lost both his arms, so his combat strength had definitely been halved. Yang Yi glanced at Yang Ling. Even though his attacks hadn't been able to instantly kill a true realm expert, he was very satisfied with the technique he had created. True realm experts and especially true realm experts like Yang Ling possessed terrifying strength. If he could kill them in an instant with that new technique of his, then it would really be quite heaven-defying. Of course, Split Second had many flaws. But it was fine because he could perfect it slowly. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and swallowed another energy pearl. As soon as it entered his body, a wave of surging profound energy instantly swept through his body. In next to no time, the primordial pagoda absorbed all of it, and then threads of violet energy flowed out from within the primordial pagoda. Split Second consumed too much profound energy. Even though he still could execute it once more, he didn't dare to fully exhaust his profound energy. Fortunately, he had Snowy, so he didn't really have to worry about profound energy. Yang Yi looked up at Yang Ling. The latter's expression changed when he saw Yang Yi look at him, and then his figure flashed over 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he said, "Calm down! I haven't even attacked!" Yang Ling's face was extremely unsightly. Had really lost face today. "Attack together!" Suddenly Yang Shun's voice resounded. As soon as he gave the order, 5 powerful auras swept out from them and surged towards Yang Yi like a tide. The auras of 5 true realm experts. Once their auras swept out, the space throughout the area warped, and Yang Yi, who was at the center of their auras, was almost suffocated. Meanwhile, Yang Shun and the others attacked. 5 enormous palms suddenly appeared above Yang Yi, and they lined up, one after the other, as they descended towards Yang Yi. Space was instantly obliterated before them. Yang Yi was still being suppressed by their auras. Yang Yi's hand suddenly moved when those palms had arrived around 30 m above him. 10 rays of light suddenly appeared around Yang Yi, and then the auras around him were instantly minced into bits. At the same time, those huge palms had arrived a little over a meter above him. Suddenly, a sword stabbed at the center of one of the huge palms. Crack! A clear and loud crack resounded, and then the huge palm cracked open. But the force contained within the 5 palms blasted Yang Yi downwards. How terrifying were the joint forces of 5 true realm experts! If it was just a single true realm expert, then Yan Yi would definitely not fear such a collision. Yet now, he was facing 5. Their strengths were combined together, so he wouldn't be able to resist it even if he was at the true realm right now. As his figure fell, a cold glow flashed through Yang Ye's eyes, and then he stomped his right foot down. Boom! His stomp instantly shattered the space below his feet, and he relied on the counterforce to charge up into the air. Hiss! Yang Ye's figure pierced through all 5 palms. But at the moment he accomplished that, a huge energy fist slammed down at him like a mountain. Yang Ye's face remained calm as he stabbed his sword upwards, and it stabbed right at the center of the fist. Bang! As soon as they collided, the fist shattered into pieces while Yang Yi was pushed over 300 m away. But it only took a moment for another huge fist to appear before Yang Yi, and there were 3 more similar fists behind it. These 5 fists were attacking in succession. They were overlapping their strength. Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword. At this point in the battle, had realized that while they weren't as strong as Yang Xiao, they were much stronger than a true realm expert like Yang Ling. Moreover, their joint forces were quite terrifying. They were absolutely not ordinary true realm experts. If his strength hadn't improved at all, he would be absolutely incapable of resisting even a single attack from them. Yan Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he suddenly stabbed his sword forward. It was just a simple stab, and it wasn't enhanced by any sword intent. But everywhere it passed, space seemed like paper as Yang Ye's sword tore straight through it. Yang Yi had no choice but to use force to overcome their joint forces. Because they were too strong, so no tricks or techniques would work. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. So, he chose to overcome them by force. Yang Ye's sword shook violently upon stabbing against the fist, and then it only took an instant for the fist to shatter into bits of energy that shot towards the surroundings. As for Yang Yi himself, he was pushed over 300 m away again, and he hadn't even stopped himself when another fist had appeared before him. They weren't allowing him to catch his breath at all. Yang Ye's face remained silent. He twisted his wrist slightly and stabbed his sword forward with its blade flat. Bang! An explosion resounded. The fist before Yang Yi shattered, and Yang Yi was pushed 300 m back once more. Just as before, another fist appeared before him when had just stopped himself. Just like that, Yang Yi forcefully destroyed their joint attacks. However, when he destroyed the 5th fist, a thread of blood seeped out from the corner of Yang Ye's mouth. Even though had overcome their joint forces, had been injured by the force of the collisions. But Yang Shun and the others had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Because Yang Yi had crushed their joint attacks on his own. All on his own. Without relying on any external forces. They wouldn't reveal solemn expressions if Yang Yi had relied on external forces. Because all of that wasn't truly a part of Yang Ye's strength. But Yang Yi hadn't. Up until this point in the battle, had been only relying on himself. A monstrous genius! A truly monstrous genius! Yang Shun gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. At this moment, there was regret in their hearts. True regret. Absolute regret. They regretted allowing Yang Yi to become irreconcilable enemies with the Yang clan. Yang Shun wasn't the only one, the other 4 old men felt the same way. Previously, even though Yang Ye's accomplishments had surprised them and made them feel pity, they hadn't felt extreme regret. Because Yang Yi had relied on external forces to accomplish all of that. So, strictly speaking, he was only strong on the outside. Yet now, Yang Yi hadn't relied on any external forces. He was fighting all 5 of them without falling into a disadvantaged state, while relying only on himself. A true monstrous genius! If there was no conflict between Yang Yi and the Yang clan. Yang Shun suddenly shook his head and said, I suddenly realized that it's impossible for there to be no conflict between you and the Yang clan. Those fellows in the clan have grudges against your father, so they will never allow you to grow in the clan. The clan will definitely split apart if we make you stay. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and said, What you just said doesn't make a fucking difference. In a few years from now, Either the Yang clan or I will vanish from this world. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi attacked. Yang Shun's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "Watch out!" Meanwhile, Yang Ling's expression changed drastically as well. He vanished on the spot, and he was over 1 kilometer away when he appeared again. As soon as his figure appeared there, his ear and a third of his face just fell off his body. But that wasn't the end of it. As soon as he stopped there, his eyes had opened wide as well. "I'm finished!" At the same time that he finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly appeared before him, and Yang Yi's sword was pressed against the center of Yang Ling's forehead. Yang Yi turned to look at Yang Shun's group. "If one attack isn't sufficient to instantly kill a true realm expert, then two. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17-15. Yan Yi. You're shameless. Yan Yi's sword was moving very slowly. Obviously, he was doing it intentionally. Yang Ling wanted to resist, but he didn't have the ability to. Because Yang Yi's sword could speed up at any moment. Just like that, Yang Ling watched as Yang Yi's sword pierced through his head. Once it pierced fully through Yang Ling's head, Yang Yi suddenly made a horizontal swing. Hiss! Yang Ling's head flew up into the air while accompanied by a pillar of blood. After that, Yang Yi consumed another energy pearl and gazed at Yang Shun's group. He didn't attack again because his profound energy hadn't fully recovered. So, at this moment, the longer he could delay, the better. Yang Shun and the others stared at Yang Yi. It wasn't that they didn't want to save Yang Ling just now, they weren't able to. At the moment Yang Yi's sword was pressed against Yang Ling's forehead, it could be said that Yang Ling was dead. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Where's Yang Xiao? Why isn't he here?" Yang Shun replied, "Looks like you're very confident." Yang Yi grinned. "Not really. I just want to fight him." Fight Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao was one of the top experts in their clan. Yet now, Yang Yi spoke about fighting Yang Xiao. Was it conceit or confidence? Even though Yang Yi had said that to buy time, it was something he truly meant. He really did want to fight Yang Xiao. Even though Yang Shun and the others weren't weak, they wouldn't fight him in single combat. Yang Shun was about to speak when one of the old men spoke abruptly. "He's buying time!" Yang Shun's eyes narrowed slightly. He sized up Yang Yi and said, "Those two attacks exhausted all your profound energy, right?" Yang Yi grinned. "Why don't you find out for yourself?" Yang Shun nodded. "Of course I will." He suddenly took a step forward, and then he stretched out his right hand and flipped it upwards. Bang! In an instant, the space beneath Yang Yi's face rose up. Space rose up like a torrent from below his feet and seemed to intend to envelop him. Yang Shun had overturned space with a flip of his palm. Yang Yi's expression remained calm. He fell silent for a moment, and then he stomped his right foot down. Bang! The force of it instantly shattered the space beneath his foot, and then the black hole beneath him started to spin. A wave of powerful mincing force enveloped Yang Yi and intended to mince him into bits. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw it, and then he shook his head. "Using dark energy to kill me? Even true realm experts can't do that." Yang Yi took a step forward, and then the black hole instantly fell silent before a ray of light flashed out from it. Yang Shun's expression changed slightly when he saw the ray of light. He unfurled his fist and stretched it forward. At the same time, a sword struck the center of his palm. Hiss! The sword stabbed in slightly and blood seeped out. However, it was merely able to go in slightly, and then it couldn't move even a little further. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like his sword had stabbed against metal. "Back!" Yang Shun's voice resounded as he shook his palm. Bang! Yang Yi was pushed over 300 m backwards. Yang Shun didn't launch another attack. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "That little girl, Yang Lianshuang, was similarly pushed 300 back when I used that attack on her. Yang Lianshuang. Yang Yi glanced at Yang Shun. Your strength is much stronger than I expected. You're no ordinary True Realm expert. Yang Shun spoke indifferently. The True Realm is divided into 6 stages. Yang Ling and the others are at the 2nd stage, and I'm at the 3rd stage. 6 stages. Yang Yi frowned slightly. He hadn't expected the True Realm to be divided into 6 stages. However, it made sense because there were many things in this world which one may not be aware of without sufficient strength. Yang Yi! Meanwhile, Yang Shun suddenly spoke. I'll give you another chance. So long as you hand over 2 strands of your soul, I guarantee that the Yang clan won't act against you. It's your only chance to live. Don't even think about resisting the Yang clan. Even if your father is alive, it's impossible for him to fight the Yang clan on his own. 2 strands of his soul. Yang Yi chuckled. Would he hand it over? Of course he wouldn't. Handing over 2 strands of his soul was equivalent to placing his fate in another's hands. At that time, the Yang clan would be able to decide his fate. So, he had to be an idiot to hand it over to the Yang clan. Moreover, as a man, he would rather die standing than choose to kneel. This time, Yang Yi didn't waste his breath, and his figure just vanished on the spot. He was in front of Yang Shun when he appeared again, and his sword shot straight towards Yang Shun's forehead. Even though Yang Yi was very swift, an expert at Yang Shun's level could see his movements clearly. So, his sword hadn't even arrived before Yang Shun's forehead when Yang Shun raised his palm to block Yang Yi's attack. Yang Shun hadn't executed any techniques, and had just simply raised his palm. But it was exactly such an ordinary move that had stopped Yang Yi's sword. Suddenly, Yang Yi released his sword and slapped its hilt. Hiss! The sword stabbed into Yang Shun's palm. The latter reacted quickly and instantly grabbed the sword's blade with his other hand. However, Yang Yi suddenly grabbed the sword's hilt and twisted it. Yang Shun immediately released the sword when he saw Yang Yi twisting it, but he was still a little too late. Hiss! A part of Yang Shun's hand flew up into the air. Meanwhile, Yang Yi intended to follow up with another attack, but Yang Shun's figure had appeared 300 m away. Yang Shun glanced at his severed palm, fell silent for a moment, and then looked up at Yang Yi. I never expected your comprehension of the True Realm to be at such a level. It's truly... His voice stopped abruptly at this point because a sword glimmered coldly as it arrived just half an inch away from his forehead. It was swift. Absolutely swift. Yang Shun's pupils constricted slightly. This attack felt extremely dangerous to him. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. He wasn't able to launch a counterattack in time. He relied on his instinct and reflexes to move his head slightly to the side, causing Yang Yi's sword to stab right past his nose. Suddenly Yang Yi's sword stopped, and then it swept horizontally. Even space was sliced open before it. Yang Shun had been able to react fully this time, and he raised his palm to stop Yang Yi's sword. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and Yang Shun was pushed over 300 m back. As for Yang Yi himself, he was pushed backwards repeatedly. But he suddenly stomped his right foot down when had just been pushed over 60 m back, and then a ray of cold light appeared 3 inches away from Yang Shun's forehead. Yang Shun's expression changed once more. Yang Yi's rhythm in battle was too quick, and it was so quick that he couldn't deal with it. Right when Yang Yi's sword was just half an inch away from Yang Shun's forehead, the latter suddenly used his hands to clamp down on Yang Yi's swords. However, his face immediately changed again because the sword between his palms started to spin. He knew how strong Yang Yi was, so he hurriedly released Yang Yi's sword. But at the instant he did that, Yang Yi's sword stabbed forward like a bolt of lightning towards his throat. It caused Yang Shun's scalp to go numb. It was so swift that it was even a little too much for him. However, he wasn't an ordinary True Realm expert, so it didn't take long for him to regain his composure. This time, he didn't use his palms again, and a pitch-black cane appeared before him. When Yang Yi's sword stabbed against the cane, both sword and cane trembled violently, and the powerful force from the collision pushed both Yang Yi and Yang Shun backwards repeatedly. Yang Shun was pushed over 300 m back while Yang Yi was merely pushed around 50 m back. The reason had been pushed back a shorter distance was mainly because had used the spatial laws. Had used the spatial laws to slow himself as he moved backwards, and it dispersed most of the force that was acting upon him. After all, he could merge into one with space. He couldn't be considered to have invented this move as it was Zier who told him about it. In the beginning, he didn't think it was very useful, but it was actually absolutely useful. As soon as he stopped himself, Yang Yi attacked again. Meanwhile, Yang Shun still hadn't stopped himself from moving further backwards when a ray of cold light appeared before his forehead. Again. Yang Shun was shocked and hurriedly acted. After that, Yang Shun, a third-stage True Realm expert, was actually completely suppressed in battle by Yang Yi, a Zenith Realm expert. He was truly suppressed. Because Yang Yi was too swift, and he was too physically strong as well. So, Yang Shun was instantly suppressed. Yang Shun didn't execute any formidable techniques. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he didn't dare to. Because Yang Yi was too swift. It took time for him to execute a technique, and Yang Yi was entirely capable of stabbing through his head before he could finish executing a technique. So, he didn't dare to execute any techniques. He felt quite regretful in his heart. He regretted fighting Yang Yi in close quarters. However, it couldn't be helped. Because Yang Yi could just suddenly appear in front of behind him before he could even react. He had no choice but to engage Yang Yi in close quarters. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Shun suddenly said, "Join the fight!" The other 4 old men who were watching the battle were stunned when they heard Yang Shun, and then they simultaneously vanished on the spot. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "Ganging up on me?" A moment later, the sword in Yang Yi's grasp suddenly changed into the wooden sword. The wooden sword! Yang Yi swung his sword. Yang Shun was at the front of the group, and his expression changed drastically. Just as before, he pressed his palms together to clamp down on Yang Yi's sword. As expected, he successfully clamped Yang Yi's sword between his palms. Hiss! However, just an instant later, a pair of palms flew up into the air. The other old men immediately stopped when they witnessed this scene, and they gazed at Yang Yi's wooden sword with astonishment. It was especially so for Yang Shun. His eyes were filled with astonishment. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Shun's expression became extremely unsightly. "Yang Yi! You're shameless! You're actually relying on external sources of strength. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17-16 Yang Yi, you're still too kind-hearted. Needless to say, Yang Shun's words amused Yang Yi. Using external sources of strength? Yes, had used the wooden sword and done that. But was that shameless? He didn't want to rely on treasures, but it depended on the situation. At this moment, the 5 of them were ganging up on him. If he didn't use the wooden sword, then he would really be quite pedantic. However, the wooden sword wasn't that important to him anymore. He would never rely on it like he had in the past. But he wouldn't intentionally stop himself from using it as well. After all, one's mentality was the most important when using external sources of strength. Yang Shun's expression was quite unsightly, and his expression grew even more unsightly when he noticed the ridicule in Yang Yi's eyes. Actually, had realized that had misspoken as soon as he spoke those words. After all, it wasn't a fair fight between them and Yang Yi, it was a battle of life and death. Moreover, 5 of them were ganging up on Yang Yi, and even their cultivations were higher than him. Under such circumstances, Yang Yi would be an absolute fool to not use any treasures in battle. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He tapped his right foot down, and the space below him rippled. At the same time, Yang Yi's figure vanished on the spot. Yang Shun's expression instantly changed drastically at the sight of this. Watch out! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi had appeared before one of the old men, and the wooden sword had arrived just 3 inches away from the old man's forehead. That old man was horrified. It was impossible for him to flee now, take an injury and save his life. That was what the old man thought right now, and it was what he did. At the critical moment, he grabbed Yang Yi's wooden sword with his left hand. However, at the instant that he grabbed it, the wooden sword suddenly spun. Hiss! A stream of blood sprayed into the air along with the old man's left hand. However, the old man was safe, because head moved over 1 kilometer back when his hand was sliced off. At the same time, Yang Shun and the others arrived by his side. At this moment, all of them were grouped up. They didn't dare to split up. At this moment, not one of them dared to go head-on against Yang Yi while he was using the wooden sword. They couldn't resist his attacks because trying to would result in either injury or death. Yang Yi started walking slowly in their direction. He didn't attack and just walked towards them, and he was even walking quite slowly like he was on a stroll. Yang Yi didn't release his aura as a Zenith Realm expert or any one of his intents. However, all 5 of them felt pressure that struck at their hearts. Pressure. Invisible pressure. It was like the unexplainable pressure that subjects felt when facing their emperor. It wasn't something that came from the body, and it was something that was felt mentally. At this moment, that was how Yang Shun and the others felt. Yang Yi was still walking with the wooden sword in his grasp. He didn't attack, and Yang Shun's group didn't attack as well. Just like that, Yang Yi arrived 30 m away from them. Suddenly Yang Shun said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, all 5 of them vanished on the spot. Yang Yi stopped when they vanished. He wasn't surprised that they'd left, because from the moment that they didn't dare to attack him, a crack had appeared in their mental state. They felt fear towards him while he held the wooden sword. None of them was confident in their ability to deal with him and the wooden sword, so they chose to retreat. If they didn't retreat and tried to fight him, then at least 3 of them would die here. Yang Yi looked down at the wooden sword, and it didn't take long for it to vanish from his grasp. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "It's not my sword after all." If the wooden sword acknowledged him and became one with him, then his combat strength would improve by at least a level. Unfortunately, while it was willing to let him use it twice a month because of Snowy, it rejected him. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared before Yang Yi, and then a woman was standing in front of him. It was the sword spirit who hadn't taken human form for a very long time. She said, "I'm leaving." Yang Yi was slightly stunned. "Where are you going?" The sword spirit fell silent for a moment and replied, "I'm of no help to you right now. So, it's pointless to stay by your side." Yang Yi shook his head. "How can you think like that?" She replied, "It's a fact." He looked her in the eyes. "You're not just a sword to me." She gazed at him and asked, "Then what am I?" He replied, "A comrade in battle, a friend, and a loved one." She fell silent. Yang Yi added, "Sword spirit, you and Zir have been with me for the longest time, and you're the sword that knows me the best. Your place in my heart is equal to Zir, Su Qingshi, and the others." She lowered her head slightly and fell silent for a long time before she said, "But I can't help you anymore. Only it can help you. It the wooden sword, of course." Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "As far as I'm concerned, even 100 wooden swords can't compare to you. As for what you said about it being the only one capable of helping me, it is very strong indeed, but it isn't my sword. I'm just using it for now. Moreover, there are no weak swords, and there are only weak people. Right?" In his heart, she wasn't just a sword, she was family. It was also why he had never given up on Heavenrend. It was because he didn't want to feel useless. Even though he rarely spoke to her, he knew how she thought, just like she knew him. There was no need for many words between them. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "The path ahead is a long one. Accompany me on it, all right?" She gazed at him for a long time and nodded. "All right, Well, take that path together. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into her true form and appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. Yang Yi glanced at the sword in his grasp, and a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Well, go all the way together. Suddenly Yang Yi frowned. He issued a command in his heart, and the scroll Qin Yushui gave him appeared in front of him. It didn't take long for his face to become icy cold. In the end, killing intent appeared in his eyes. The Yang clan hadn't sent only Yang Ling to Merak's system, it had sent other experts there as well. The Yang clan's goal was very clear. They hoped to capture his family, and use them to take control of him. Obviously, they would have to pay a huge price to kill him. But if they targeted his loved ones, then they wouldn't have to lose anything. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he vanished on the spot. Yang Yi flew through space on his sword. He was extremely swift now. Even true realm experts would find it difficult to match his speed. It was because he was using the spatial laws of speed, and the laws of darkness. All three laws were being used to improve his speed. This made his speed faster than even the eye could see. It didn't take long for him to travel along the path the Qin clan had provided and finally catch up to that expert from the Yang clan. This time, the expert heading to the Yang clan was none other than the Yang clan's guardian, Yang Gewu. When he saw Yang Yi, Yang Gewu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "Looks like someone really is helping you in secret." Yang Yi glanced at Yang Gewu. "I didn't expect it to be you," Yang Gewu replied. "I'm a member of the Yang clan. Anyone who threatens the Yang clan is an enemy of mine." Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, "Make your move." Yang Gewu nodded. "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Gewu vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again. In an instant, countless spear images enveloped Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi made his move. In an instant, 10 rays of light appeared around him, and the spear images vanished without a trace. However, at the moment they vanished, the tip of a spear arrived just 5 inches away from Yang Yi's forehead. Yang Yi's expression didn't change at all. He just moved his head slightly to the side and made the spear pass right by his forehead. At the same time, his sword suddenly swept towards the left. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then Yang Gewu appeared over 100 m away. There was a tiny golden shield protecting his abdomen. Yang Gewu glanced at the cracks on his shield, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. "I truly never expected you to grow to such an extent in just this short while." Yang Yi didn't waste his breath, and he just took a step forward. As soon as he did that, a sword arrived just a few inches away from Yang Zhu's throat. Yang Zhu's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Yang Yi's attack to actually be that fast. It had completely exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, his reaction wasn't slow, and had raised his spear to defend himself at the critical moment. Clang! An ear-piercing clang resounded. Yang Gewu was blasted over 300 m back, but he hadn't even been able to stop himself before a sword appeared in front of him again. This time, the shock in his heart was at its limits. Yang Yi's speed and rhythm in battle was absolutely too quick. It was so swift that he wasn't able to handle it. Of course, he wouldn't just sit there and wait for death to arrive. Had swiftly stabbed his spear forward at the instant the sword arrived in front of him. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded. Yang Gewu was blasted 300 m back again. This time, he didn't have another chance to attack, because Yang Yi's sword was pressed against his forehead. Head lost. Yang Yi looked Yang Gewu in the eyes and said, "That day, you helped me outside the Ku clan, and I've never forgotten that debt I owe you. Now I'll spare your life, and we're even. I won't show mercy if we meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around. Yang Gewu stood on the spot and gazed at Yang Yi. He was about to speak when his eyes suddenly opened wide, and they were filled with astonishment. He instinctively tried to flee from where he stood, but it was still too late. A hand had suddenly emerged from within his chest, and it was holding a bloody object. It was Yang Zhu's heart. "Yang Yi, You're still too kind-hearted. I'm a little disappointed. Meanwhile, a voice resounded. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17 Kill Until Blood Forms Rivers. Yang Yi stopped and turned around. Suddenly, a woman appeared before him. She wore a black dress, and there were two black phoenixes with their wings fully spread embroidered on her dress. The phoenixes had quite ferocious expressions, and they seemed ready to devour their enemies. She couldn't be considered to be drop-dead gorgeous, but she wasn't ugly either. She was just average. There was a palm-sized black-colored claw on her neck, and the center of the claw just happened to cover her throat. She was holding Yang Ju's heart in her grasp. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment and asked, "Who are you?" She pressed down a little. Bang! The heart in her grasp exploded apart, and it only took an instant for it to be obliterated. She shook off the blood and placed her hands behind her back. "You can't figure it out?" Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and replied, "Yang Lianshuang?" She didn't speak and just waved her right hand. Two bloody heads instantly appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned slightly as he didn't understand what she meant. She said, "These are the other two experts that the Yang clan sent to Merak's system. I helped you deal with them." Yang Yi gazed at her. "Why?" she replied. "I want to work together with you." "Work together?" Yang Yi continued. "Against the Yang clan?" she replied. "Yes," Yang Yi said. "There's something I still don't understand. I've killed almost all the potential successors of the Yang clan. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for you to become the successor, right?" she replied. "The Yang clan won't let me." Obviously, that was no different than admitting she was Yang Lianshuang. Yang Lianshuang, the #1 genius in the Yang clan's younger generation. Yang Yi asked. "Why?" Yang Lianshuang laughed coldly. "Because of the rules set by our ancestor, of course. Do you know what his rule was? He said that the Yang clan will be destroyed in the hands of a woman, so women are prohibited from becoming the Yang clan's patriarch." How laughable! Just because of something he said, the women of my Yang clan will never have a chance to gain success, and we can only be sacrifices used in marriage alliance between the clan and other clans. Yang Yi asked, "Is your desire to be the Yang clan's patriarch that strong?" A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of her mouth. "The patriarch? Is that something great?" "I, Yang Lianshuang, don't think it's great at all," Yang Yi asked. "Then why are you doing everything you can to become the patriarch?" Yang Lianshuang closed her eyes slowly, fell silent for a long time, and finally said, "After my mother married into the Yang clan, she only gave birth to me. Because of some complications, she wasn't able to bear another child. So, that so-called father of mine neglected her because he wanted a boy." She suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "Do you know what happened to my mother?" Yang Yi shook his head. A ferocious expression suddenly covered her face. At the moment ferocity filled her face, the black phoenix claw on her throat actually started trembling. Yang Lianshuang spoke fiercely. "He married another woman, and both my mother and I were completely neglected. It was also from that day that he never visited us again. As for that woman he married, she felt that my mother and I were like a thorn in her eyes, so she tried to kill us on many occasions." Her face grew even fiercer. "My mother didn't hesitate to act like she'd gone mad just to protect me, and she even didn't allow me to cultivate because she hoped that woman would spare me if I had no cultivation. Unfortunately, she was too naive. In the end, my mother was tortured to death by the people that woman sent. As for me, I watched from the side, I watched as she died." As she finished speaking, Yang Yi noticed her expression become calm once more. It was extremely calm, as if it had nothing to do with her. Yang Lianshuang continued, "I wanted to die, but because someone helped me, I lived on." She gazed at him. Do you know what happened in the end? Yang Yi replied. That woman died. Yang Lianshuang looked Yang Yi in the eyes. She had 3 sons. All of them were considered as young masters of the Yang clan. One day, I captured all of them and locked them in a room. After that, I captured that woman and that man who abandoned my mother. I made them watch as I tortured their 3 sons to death. Didn't he want sons? So, I let him watch as I put an end to his family line. Yang Yi glanced at Yang Lianshuang and asked, Did the Yang clan not do anything about it? She replied indifferently. I'd taken their heads when the Yang clan found out. Yang Yi asked, You killed your father as well? He wasn't my father. Yang Lianshuang looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Both he and that woman didn't get to die that easily. I crippled their dantians, made them kneel before my mother's grave, and nailed them there. They knelt there until they died. Yang Yi asked, What happened after the Yang clan found out? A smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. Once they found out, I revealed my natural talent, and the entire clan was shocked. They didn't just avoid punishing me, they even started spending large amounts of resources to foster me. This is reality. This is the Yang clan. Yang Yi said. Then why do you want to be the patriarch? You still haven't told me the reason. Yang Lianshuang looked Yang Yi in the eyes. My mother said something before she died. Why can't a woman be the patriarch? Why should women always be sacrificed? So, I want to be the patriarch, and I intend to invalidate the Yang clan's rule that women can't be the patriarch. Yang Yi fell silent. Yang Lianshuang suddenly said, Yang Yi, I understand why you don't trust others. Because I don't trust others either. The reason I told you all of that is because I want to work together with you. We can only resist the Yang clan if we work together. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, I can still deal with the Yang clan, even without you. How naive! She laughed coldly. Yang Yi, if your strength was sufficient to deal with the Yang clan, I would have made the Yang clan change its patriarch a long time ago. You know nothing about the Yang clan's strength and reserves. Yang Yi said, The Yang clan has more trump cards? Yang Lianshuang replied, The 6th stage of the true realm. The Yang clan has 2 old geezers at the 6th stage of the true realm. Besides that, the Yang clan has a mysterious unit of troops. Only Yang Xiao and those 2 old geezers know about it, and only they can give it orders. The weakest amongst the members of that unit is at the 3rd stage of the true realm. Yang Yi frowned. Where did the Yang clan get so many true realm experts? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Many? Yang Lianshuang laughed coldly. Yang Yi, you know nothing about the Yang clan. As an ancient clan that has been able to survive in Milky Way system for so many years, how could only possess the strength it reveals on the surface? Of course, ordinary true realm experts are no different than dogs to us. So long as we can deal with those 3 fellows, the Yang clan will belong to me. Yang Yi asked, Yan Xiao and those 2 6th stage true realm experts? Yan Xiao? A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Lianshuang's mouth. If he fights me in single combat, I'm 70% confident in my ability to kill him. He's absolutely inferior when compared to your father. Yang Yi asked, If not Yang Xiao, then who? Yang Lianshuang spoke indifferently. You'll know when the time comes. It's not that I refuse to tell you, it's because he may not become our enemy. Of course, it's not certain. Yang Yi remained silent. Yang Lianshuang added, Yang Yi, you want revenge, and I want control over the Yang clan. Our objectives don't conflict with each other. So long as we join forces, we'll have a chance at achieving our respective objectives. Otherwise, once the Yang clan takes you seriously and awakens those old geezers, then you'll definitely die. Yang Yi thought for a long time and said, The Yang clan intends to use my loved ones in Merak's system to threaten me. Do you have a way to deal with that? Work together. He naturally intended to work together with her. Fight the Yang clan on his own? It wasn't that he didn't dare to, but it would take a very long time. At the very least, he had to attain the true realm or gain full control over the war god's arm and make it his own arm. Only then would he have a chance to fight the entire Yang clan on his own. He didn't want to wait for so long, and the Yang clan wouldn't let him live for that long. So, he chose to work together with her. Yang Lianshuang's strength was absolutely beyond any doubt. Moreover, she possessed high status in the Yang clan and knew many things that he didn't know about. She said, "I don't have any special ideas. There's only one way, and it's to kill. Kill all the experts from the Yang clan who are traveling to Merak's system. Kill them until the Yang clan doesn't dare to use such a method again." Yang Yi said, "I'm afraid that some would get by. Merak's system is unlike the Milky Way system. True realm experts are invincible over there. There's no need to worry." She continued, "I know every move that the Yang clan makes." Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "If we exhaust the Yang clan's strength like this, even if you gain control of the clan, it wouldn't be the same Yang clan anymore." "Right," she replied. "Give me 30 years. It'll make the Yang clan regain its former glory. Moreover, that's my business. You don't have to worry too much about it. Your goal is to resolve the problems that you're facing right now. I can only provide you with information, and I can't step forward and help you in the open." She paused for a moment and continued, "Be careful of the Ku clan and Ing clan." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" Yang Lianshuang smiled. "Those stubborn old fools of the clan didn't hesitate to give up some of the clan's interests to kill you. It's sufficient to tempt both the Ing clan and Ku clan. For example, some places that contain inheritances or some worlds. I'm not sure of the specifics. In short, you must watch out for them. Their strength and resources are even greater than the Yang clan. The Ing clan. The Ku clan." Yang Yi took a deep breath. There were always brave people when sufficient rewards were provided. It wasn't just the Ing clan and Ku clan, even the other clans may act against him. In short, danger was all around him. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he started chuckling. Yang Lianshuang asked, "What are you laughing about?" Yang Yi replied, "I'm laughing at myself. I'm laughing at myself for thinking too much about everything. One shouldn't overthink things in life. Not to mention the Yang clan, Ku clan, and Ing clan, even if all 8 clans come to kill me, why would I fear them? It's a perfect opportunity to kill to my heart's content. It's perfect to kill until blood forms rivers. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17-18 Kill Yang Yi and save 100 years of hard work. Kill to his heart's content. They were words that Yang Yi had spoken from the heart. One shouldn't live a life where one was in constant fear and worry. If the Ku clan and Ing clan came looking for trouble with him, then he didn't fear them at all, and he would kill them. Yang Lianshuang gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and there was a trace of admiration in her eyes. "Not bad. That's how men should act. Actually, I'm quite surprised by how much you've changed. Even though you killed many in the Yang clan that day, it was nothing worth mentioning to me." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" She spoke indifferently. "Because you relied on external sources of strength. That can't be considered as your own ability. If you didn't have that beast, that woman, that mysterious flame, that mysterious wooden sword, and that mysterious arm, then I would be able to kill you within 10 moves. 10 moves? Yang Yi glanced at her. "You're very confident," Yang Lianshuang replied. "Even though your attainments in the sword Dao weren't bad, it was too disordered, it was in a mess. You hadn't just been unable to achieve the state of true, you couldn't even be considered to have attained the zenith. If it wasn't for that mysterious arm, you wouldn't even have been able to resist a single move from Yang Xiao." Yang Yi fell silent. He wasn't able to refute that. Because Yang Lianshuang wasn't wrong. If he hadn't relied on the war god's arm and the wooden sword, he wouldn't have been able to resist a single attack from Yang Xiao. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang continued, "It's not that you can't use external sources of strength, but only your own strength is true strength. Obviously, you've understood that principle. Currently, your strength and speed haven't just arrived at your limits, it has arrived at the state of true. Presently, you're barely able to be considered as an expert. Barely able. Yan Ye's eyelids twitched. Are there many in the younger generation of the medium universe that are stronger than me? Yan Lianshuang placed her hands behind her back, fell silent for a long time, and replied, It's best if you don't keep such a mental state. You can be confident, but never be conceited. Not to mention anyone else, just that fellow ranked at the first place on the Milky Way rankings is someone you're definitely not a match for right now. Moreover, there are some others who look down on the geniuses on the Milky Way rankings. Their strength is beyond your imagination. She paused for a moment and continued. There's always someone stronger. There is no strongest, and only stronger. Yang Yi nodded. He truly agreed with that sentiment. Since his time in Profounder Continent, had noticed that once he grew stronger, he would notice that there were many who were much stronger. Just as Yan Lianshuang had said, there was no strongest, only stronger. Suddenly, she frowned slightly, and then she gazed at Yan Yi. Congratulations. Yan Yi was puzzled. What? She replied. I just received news that the Yang clan has put a hit on you. Anyone who brings your head to the Yang clan will be rewarded with 3 true rank treasures, 3 true rank techniques, and 2 true spirit fruits. True spirit fruits are absolute treasures. It can help one attain the true realm. As for those at the true realm, they can use it to improve their cultivations. It's a rare treasure even in the 8 clans. Yan Yi spoke indifferently. Why is that worth congratulating me? Yang Lianshuang replied. Didn't you want to kill to your heart's content? Based on the rewards that the Yang clan is providing, many will definitely come for your head. Moreover, it will definitely not be weaklings that come for you. So you'll definitely be able to kill to your heart's content. Yang Yi was speechless. Yang Lianshuang continued. Be careful. Yan Xiao and the clan didn't provide such rewards because they really want those people to kill you. Their true objective is for you to become the enemy of countless people. Even though there's no enmity between you and them, ensure you're aware that when there's something to gain, enmity will be formed. Once your head is worth a huge amount and is helpful to them, they will come for your head. Yan Yi nodded. I understand. Yang Lianshuang said. In my opinion, Yan Xiao and the others' goal is to make you be pursued all day and night, so that you won't have time to cultivate and have the blood of many on your hands so that you'll become entangled with all sorts of enmity and karma. After all, every single person you kill is a form of enmity and karma. That person's friends and loved ones are likely to seek revenge from you. Do you get what I'm saying? Yan Yi chuckled. It's quite a ruthless method. She replied. It is. She flicked a scroll over to Yan Yi and continued. You can get in touch with me through that, and I'll notify you about any moves the Yang clan makes. Good luck. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a long time, and then he was about to leave. However, he suddenly turned to look towards a point in space. Show yourself. As soon as Yang Yi spoke, that expanse of space wriggled, and then a man walked out from there. The man asked, You're Yang Yi? Yang Yi glanced at him. There was a small character on the man's left chest. The Ying clan? Yang Yi frowned slightly. The Ying clan is here so soon? But it did make sense. As the strongest amongst the 8 clans, it was probably not difficult for the Ying clan to find him. The man nodded slightly. Ming Yu, one of the Ying clan's young masters. I just emerged from my closed-door cultivation and heard about the hit that the Yang clan has put out on you. Needless to say, the rewards were really tempting to me. Yang Yi said. So you took action? The man smiled. Since the Yang clan is willing to pay such a high price, I presume there's something special about you. Allow me to experience it, all right? Otherwise... Suddenly, the man's voice stopped abruptly because a sword had suddenly stabbed into his throat. Besides that, Yan Yi had suddenly appeared in front of the man. Yan Yi looked at the man whose eyes were opened wide and asked, Have you experienced it now? Yang Yi suddenly pulled out his sword before the man could answer him. Hiss! A string of blood sprayed while Yang Yi's figure appeared 3 kilometers away. A moment later, Yang Yi had vanished from the man's field of vision. The man's eyes were still opened wide, and blood was still spraying from his forehead. Because of the Yang clan, the name Yang Yi instantly swept through the entire medium universe. At this moment, Yang Yi could be said to be known throughout the medium universe, and it was none other than because his head was worth a tremendous sum. Countless were tempted by the rewards, and even some old geezers at the True Realm were tempted. Besides the rewards, there was also another reason for why they were tempted, and it was because Yang Yi was only at the Zenith Realm. If Yang Yi was at the True Realm, then many would definitely abandon their thoughts to exchange his head for treasures. After all, True Realm experts were top existences in the medium universe. But Yang Yi wasn't at the True Realm, he was only at the Zenith Realm. Moreover, Yang Yi was on the Milky Way rankings. Under such circumstances, countless people were tempted. Kill Yang Yi and save 100 years of hard work. It was a saying that had spread throughout the medium universe. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. It wasn't exaggerated at all. The compensation that the Yang clan was willing to provide was truly too enticing. If they obtained those treasures, their cultivation and strength would improve by leaps and bounds. So, countless started searching for Yang Yi. Some were comparatively cautious and didn't seek out Yang Yi on their own. They formed groups instead. They were comparatively smarter. Because as far as they were concerned, since the Yang clan was willing to pay such a high price, Yang Yi was definitely not an ordinary person. So, they started forming groups and searching for Yang Yi. Just like that, countless people throughout the medium universe started searching for Yang Yi, and some mysterious powers and clans had actually started to sell information about Yang Yi's whereabouts. Even though most were fake, some were true. So, Yang Yi was surrounded by a group right now. It was a group of 3 men. All of them were around the age of 30, and all of them were at the Zenith Realm. Their auras were dense. Obviously, they weren't ordinary Zenith Realm experts. The man who led the group had a portrait, and it had Yang Yi's face on it. He glanced at Yang Yi, and then he glanced at the portrait. After that, a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Yang Yi, it took us quite a bit of effort to find you, and it costed us quite a bit too. Fortunately, it was worth it. After all. Suddenly, his voice stopped. An instant later, a gust of wind blew by, and his head fell off his neck. The other 2 men beside the headless corpse were stunned. It didn't take long for one of them to gaze at Yang Yi, who was still standing on the spot. Did you do that? Yang Yi nodded. I did. The man stared at Yang Yi. How did you do that? Yang Yi replied. You didn't see it clearly? All right, watch again. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's hand moved slightly. Hiss! At practically the exact same moment, the body of the man who had just spoken had instantly stiffened. It was because a hole had appeared in the center of his forehead. Yang Yi gazed at the man and asked, Did you see it clearly now? The man muttered with despair. No. The color in his eyes dimmed down once he finished speaking. Just like that, only a black-robed man remained here, and he was shivering. Yang Yi gazed at the black-robed man and asked, Did you see it clearly? Thump. Suddenly, the man fell to his knees and spoke with a trembling voice. I have both the elderly and children to take care of. I'm the only pillar of support for my family. Please spare me. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17-19. I'm in a bad mood. Yang Yi was quite stunned. He hadn't expected the man before him to actually kneel down and beg for mercy. An instant later, Yang Yi's wrist moved slightly, and then the man's head flew up into the air. Spare him? Yang Yi wasn't a kind person. The man before him had formed a group to kill him. Had the man ever thought about Yang Ye's family when he did that? Moreover, Yang Yi was certain that if he didn't possess sufficient strength, then the man would definitely have acted in a completely different manner. Those who kill should be prepared to be killed. After he killed the man, Yang Yi intended to leave, but a point in space not too far away from him trembled. It didn't take long for over a dozen figures to walk out from there. Most of them were at the Zenith realm, but there even were some at the Rebirth realm. A middle-aged man in a luxurious robe stepped forward from the group and withdrew a portrait. He glanced at it, and then he glanced at Yang Yi. It didn't take long for him to smile. The middle-aged man put the portrait away and smiled. The Liu clan didn't lie to us. The information is accurate. Hee hee. Meanwhile, one of the men by the middle-aged man's side smiled. Brother Mo Ming, we agreed that I'll get a true rank combat technique after we exchange Yang Ye's head for the rewards. Another man said. Me too. I want a true rank combat technique too. I don't want a combat technique. I want a cultivation technique. I want a true rank weapon. All of them gazed at Yang Yi with burning desire. It seemed like it wasn't a person who stood before them, and it was true rank combat techniques, cultivation techniques, and weapons instead. The man called Mo Ming spoke abruptly. Everyone, I want to take everything for myself. We can divide the rewards once we kill him and exchange his head for them, alright? Alright. All of them nodded. Mo Ming was about to attack when he suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and he immediately said, Who's willing to lead the assault? I'll do it. A short-haired man stepped forward. He held a large chopper with a skull at the front. He smiled fiercely at Yang Yi and said, I'm taking your head. He immediately stomped his right foot down and shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't move at all. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. The short-haired man was very swift, and he instantly arrived before Yang Yi. However, the eyes of everyone else here had opened wide, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was because it had been a headless corpse that had arrived before Yang Yi. They turned to look where the short-haired man had been standing. There was a head there, and it was just sitting there on the spot. At this moment, their expressions became extremely unsightly. They realized that as soon as the short-haired man attacked, his head had been chopped off. However, because Yang Ye's attack was too swift, even the short-haired man himself hadn't realized that had lost his head. So, such a scene had been created. His figure had shot forward, but his head was gone. The atmosphere here suddenly became heavy. Mo Ming and the others' faces had no smiles left on them, and there was only seriousness there. They had extremely serious expressions on their faces. At this moment, they knew that this deal wasn't that easy to complete. Meanwhile, Yang Yi started walking towards them. Pressure. Invisible pressure. It was true pressure that didn't require the support of any external forces. Some people felt like the heavens just by standing there. It was like standing within the starry sky. When one faces the boundless universe, one would realize how tiny one was. It was how imposing the universe was. Now Yang Yi had his own form of imposing aura. Mo Ming's face fell as he watched Yang Yi walk slowly in their direction, and then a wisp of viciousness flashed through his eyes. No matter how strong he is, he's just a single person. Don't be afraid. Attack! A single person. Obviously, those words gave the others confidence, and they immediately charged at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was amidst the group when he appeared again. A ray of light flashed, and a head fell to the ground. In less than 3 breaths of time, only Mo Ming remained here. As for the others, their heads had left their bodies. They were just a ragtag group. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, they were a bunch of weaklings. Most of them were at the Zenith realm, and they were mostly ordinary Zenith realm experts. As for Rebirth realm cultivators, they were even weaker. So, as soon as the battle began, they hadn't even been able to resist a single swing of Yang Ye's sword. Mo Ming's body started to tremble. At this moment, he realized why the Yang clan was willing to pay such a high price for Yang Ye's head. It was because Yang Yi wasn't that easy to kill. Actually, he was aware of that before he came here. However, the rewards the Yang clan promised were truly too tempting. He hadn't been able to resist the temptation. So had come for Yang Yi. However, he hadn't acted that carelessly, and he hadn't come alone. Had gathered a group. But the facts proved that Had still acted carelessly. When he saw Yang Yi instantly annihilate his entire group, he knew that Yang Yi was a truly peerless genius, and such geniuses were existences that even true realm experts trembled before. He knew that had been tricked by the Yang clan. Ming took a deep breath and said, Yang Yi, I know I won't be able to escape death. But… Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared behind Ming. He didn't turn around, and he just started walking off into the distance. When Yang Yi vanished far away in the starry sky, Missouri Ming's head suddenly fell from his neck. Over a dozen heads and over a dozen headless corpses descended slowly from midair. Yang Yi suddenly stopped moving, and he turned to look towards a nearby point in space. Suddenly, that point in space trembled, and then a young man walked out from there. The young man hurriedly said, Brother Yang, don't attack me. I hold no ill intent towards you. Yang Yi glanced at him and asked, Who are you? The young man glanced at Yang Yi, and fear filled his eyes. Had witnessed the slaughter that Yang Yi had just carried out. The young man thought for a moment and replied, I was here to kill you. But I have no intention to do that anymore. Yang Yi asked, Then why were you following me? The young man replied, I wasn't following you. You just noticed my presence. I'll leave right away. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man didn't leave but gazed at Yang Yi instead. If Yang Yi didn't agree, then leaving his back to Yang Yi was no different than asking for death to take him. Of course, even if he faced Yang Yi, he still wasn't confident in his ability to resist a single attack from Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at the young man for a long time and said, How did all of you find me? The young man heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Even though he didn't know Yang Yi, based on how Yang Yi had acted earlier, he knew that Yang Yi would definitely not say a word to him if Yang Yi intended to kill him. He knew that he was sage. The young man's face eased up slightly, and he replied, The Lu clan. We obtain information about you from the Lu clan. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi asked, The same Lu clan that's one of the 8 clans? The young man nodded. They're selling your whereabouts. Moreover, it's quite cheap. They aren't the only ones doing it too. The Yang clan seems to be providing information about your whereabouts as well. Besides that, many other powers are doing the same. The Lu clan! Lu Ligay's clan! Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he suddenly started walking off towards the distance. Where are you going? The young man had unconsciously asked that question. But regret immediately filled him once he started speaking. I'm being a busybody. What if he gets displeased? I'll lose my head. The Lu clan. I'm going to ask if they have nothing better to do. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he vanished from the young man's field of vision. The young man was stunned speechless. Yang Yi wasn't joking. He really did go to the Lu clan. Even though he had a formidable enemy, the Yang clan, and really shouldn't offend the Lu clan, he didn't think like that at all. What sort of situation was he in right now? Because of Merak's system, he had no way out at all, and he couldn't just kill and leave like the Unfettered One did. The Unfettered One had no ties to others, but he did. So, he couldn't flee and avoid confrontation. Once he tried to flee, many people would try to push their luck even further. Because they would feel that he was easy to bully. If he allowed others to think like that, then the trouble he faced would never end. So, he intended to kill to stop them. He intended to kill until no one dared to look for trouble with him. He intended to kill until the world feared him. Madness was the way. On his way to the Lu clan, Yang Yi encountered many people that wanted to kill him. But they weren't a threat to him at all. It didn't take long for him to stop at a point in space. It was because an old man was obstructing his path. A true realm expert. A true realm expert had appeared. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath, and neither did the old man. Their gazes met for an instant, and then the old man's expression changed drastically. His figure flashed 300 m away, and half his face was gone. Right at the moment his figure stopped there, his expression changed drastically again. This time, the remaining half of his face had turned ghastly pale. Yan Yi had suddenly appeared over 1 kilometer behind the old man. Yan Yi didn't speak. He just withdrew an energy pearl, consumed it, and then continued forward. As for the old man, he stood on the spot for a while, and then his body suddenly split into two. An instant later, his internal organs and blood splashed all over space. Skyfire System. Skyfire Continent. Skyfire Continent was the main world of the Lu clan, and it was the Lu clan's headquarters. It was the center of authority for the Lu clan. Skyfire City. Noon. A man in green clothes suddenly appeared in the sky above the city. It was Yang Yi. As soon as he appeared there, 7 old men appeared before him, and all of them were true realm experts. Obviously, they knew he was coming. The old man who led the group gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi, you're not welcome here. Yang Yi started walking towards them while holding his sword. Your clan is selling information about me? Yes. The old man looked Yang Yi in the eyes without displaying even a shred of fear. Yang Yi asked, Can you not? The old man spoke coldly. No. Yang Yi, my Lu clan isn't a place that you can run wild at. It'll give you 3 breaths of time. Immediately vanish from my sight or you'll regret coming here. Run wild? Yang Yi shook his head. I'm in a bad mood today, so I want to make it rain. Skyfire City looks like a nice place. It'll just make it rain here. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his right hand. The stellar sword diagram instantly appeared before him, and then the scene around them changed. A starry sky surrounded them, and then a dense rain of sword energy suddenly descended from the distant stars. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17:20 Lu Clan's Patriarch, Come Chat With Me. The Stellar Sword Diagram. Even though it wasn't a true rank treasure, it still was extremely useful to Yang Yi. Because while the stellar sword diagram wasn't a true rank treasure, it was more useful than one when it was combined with his current strength. Because the stellar sword diagram was made for sword cultivators. Its strength was determined by the strength of its user. Now, his current strength wasn't just sufficient to utilize it with ease, he could even bring its might to its limits. The stellar sword energy in space descended like a dense rain towards Skyfire City. They were extremely swift, and only took an instant to arrive above the city. The faces of those experts from the Lu clan had instantly turned gloomy when they saw the sword energy. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually dare to run wild right in front of the Lu clan. Right when the sword energy was about to descend upon the city, a voice resounded from within the city. Activate the formation! As soon as the voice finished resounding, a huge flaming barrier of light appeared in the sky, and it instantly enveloped the city. It didn't take long for the stellar sword energy to descend upon the barrier of light. Boom! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly through the sky, and the entire city started to tremble. Yang Yi gazed at the sky for a long time, and then he waved his right hand and put the stellar sword diagram away. Once the stellar sword diagram vanished, the stellar sword energy in the sky vanished as well, and the area returned to normal. The only reason Yang Yi had stopped the attack was because the stellar sword energy wasn't able to break through the formation around Skyfire City. But it did make sense. Even though the Lu clan wasn't as strong as the Yang clan, it was still one of the 8 clans. So, as the Lu clan's main city, the formation around Skyfire City was definitely not that easy to destroy. The old man who led the group suddenly spoke fiercely. Yang Yi, you killed the successor of my Lu clan. My Lu clan didn't intend to search for you just to get even with you, But we never expected you to actually come to us. Since that's the case, don't blame us for showing no mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and then 2 small black iron balls appeared in his right grasp. After that, they each formed a black pillar of light that shot at Yang Yi. Yang Ye's face remained calm. At this moment, he finally understood why the Lu clan was acting against him. It was because of their successor. The Lu clan's successor had been helping Yang Ru that day, and had died at Yang Ye's hands. The Lu clan's successor dying at Yang Ye's hands was definitely a humiliation for the Lu clan, so it was understandable that the Lu clan hated him. Yang Yi shook his head. His left hand moved slightly, and then his sword shot forward. Hiss! Hiss! The black pillars of light were instantly sliced into 2, and then they vanished in midair. The laws of decay. Every single attack of his carried the laws of decay. The old man's face fell when he saw Yang Yi destroy his attack with such ease. Yang Ye's strength was much stronger than had expected. They knew a little about Yang Ye's strength, because everything Yang Yi did in the Yang clan was no secret to the other clans. However, at this moment, they noticed that Yang Yi wasn't really the same as the information they'd received. But it didn't matter to them, because they were in the Lu clan's territory. No matter how monstrous a Zenith Realm expert was, what was the worst such an expert could do? So, once he thought up to this point, the old man's gaze turned icy cold. Yang Yi, since you've come, then you don't have to leave. It just so happens that I'm quite tempted by the Yang clan's rewards as well. Kill him. I want him dead, not alive. Suddenly Yang Yi turned around, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. He fled? All of them were stunned. Yang Yi actually fled? Needless to say, they were caught off guard by this development. Get him! The old man immediately intended to chase after Yang Yi once he gave the order. However, a black-robed old man by his side said, Elder Lu Gu, it might be a trap. A trap? The old man, Lu Gu, laughed coldly. There's 6 of us here. Why would we fear him? The black-robed old man replied. He has trump cards. Lu Gu said. Isn't it just a mysterious arm? Didn't you see? He didn't use his right hand. If I'm not wrong, he's definitely suffering from side effects after the battle in the Yang clan. Presently, he's definitely unable to utilize that mysterious arm. Alright, if you're afraid, then don't come with us. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Gu immediately vanished into the sky. The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment, and then he followed Lu Gu with the others. Yang Yi flew swiftly on his sword, and it didn't take long for him to leave Skyfire's system and arrive in the boundless starry sky. Actually, he could go even faster, but he hadn't risen it to his limits. As for the reason, it was naturally because he was waiting for them. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop, and then Lu Gu's group of 6 appeared not too far behind him after just 3 breaths of time passed. Yang Yi turned to look at them. The black-robed old man by Lu Gu's side spoke solemnly. It's definitely a trap. Be care. Suddenly, the black-robed old man's expression changed drastically. He stomped his right foot down and vanished on the spot. Hiss! The old man had vanished on the spot, but an arm floated where he had been standing. It was the old man's arm. Silence instantly filled the surroundings. Lu Gu and the others' eyes were filled with shock. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi would be able to immediately take one of the black-robed old man's arms. It was especially so for the black-robed old man himself. Besides shock, there was deep fear in his eyes. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, it wouldn't have been just an arm that he lost, he would have lost his life. What a swift attack! At this moment, Lu Gu and the others had solemn expressions in their eyes as they gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi shook his head. He felt that his technique, split second, was still not strong enough because it couldn't kill true realm experts in an instant. The reaction of true realm experts was too swift, and it should be said that their instinct towards danger was too strong. So, they were always able to dodge his attack at the critical moment. It wasn't strong enough. He knew that he had to train more. His technique wasn't at its limits yet, and it could grow stronger. So long as his skill in utilizing those 5 laws of his improved, then the speed and strength of Split Second would rise a level higher as well. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and started walking in Lu Gus Group's direction. Pressure. Had grown fond of exerting such pressure on others. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. It could give his opponents mental pressure, and it could make him more imposing. It was an imposing aura that disregarded the world and looked down upon the world. Lu Gu and the others' eyelids twitched when they saw Yang Yi start walking in their direction. Surprisingly, none of them attacked. Yang Yi was still walking slowly, and the atmosphere here was growing heavier and heavier. It was oppressive. Lu Gu and the others felt oppressed. It was pressure that struck straight at the heart. He's creating an imposing aura for himself. Suddenly, the black-robed old man spoke abruptly. We can't fight him. Retreat! We can't? Lu Gu spoke angrily. We have 6 true realm experts here, yet you're telling me that we can't fight a Zenith realm cultivator? If news of this were to spread, our Lu clan will become the laughingstock of the world. Attack with me! As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Yang Yi. The black-robed old man shook his head. Fool! He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. As soon as Yang Yi launched that attack just now, he understood that Yang Yi wasn't the same person that was described on the information their clan had received. At this moment, Yang Yi was a peerlessly monstrous genius, and ordinary true realm experts weren't capable of facing such monstrous geniuses. So, had chosen to leave. He had to notify the Lu clan that Yang Yi wasn't the same Yang Yi anymore. Only 5 people remained here. Lu Gu and the others were extremely fast. They instantly arrived around Yang Yi, and then 5 powerful auras belonging to true realm experts slammed down in Yang Yi's direction. Aura? True realm experts would usually use their auras in battle. The expert with the stronger aura would naturally gain an advantage in battle. Now, they had 5 auras on their side. Yang Yi's expression didn't change at all when the auras of 5 true realm experts slammed down towards him, and he didn't release his sword intent and slaughter intent. Yang Yi just stabbed his sword forward. Bang! Their auras instantly collapsed. Head struck at the weak point of their auras. After he did that, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and then a ray of light flashed. Only a ray of light could be seen, and a sword howl was heard, but Yang Yi's figure was nowhere to be seen. Both his speed and strength were at a terrifying level. Especially Yang Yi's speed. It was the product of the fusion of many laws, and it made his speed far surpass true realm experts. 3 breaths of time later. The surroundings suddenly fell silent, but the light from Yang Yi's attacks hadn't vanished. Yang Yi didn't continue attacking. There were 2 bloody heads not too far in front of him, while Lu Gu and the other 2 who remained weren't in good shape. All 3 of them had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Especially Lu Gu, one of his arms was gone. Even though all of them were true realm experts, based on Yang Yi's estimations, they were second-stage true realm experts at most. They were much more inferior when compared to Yang Shun's group from that day. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to fight 5 third-stage true realm experts on his own. Yang Yi withdrew an energy pearl and consumed it, and then he was about to attack. However, Lu Gu suddenly said, "Retreat!" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. The other 2 true realm experts followed closely behind him. Yang Yi was stunned. They fled just like that. Yang Yi fell silent for a few breaths of time, and then he shook his head and vanished on the spot. Around 10 minutes later, Yang Yi appeared outside Skyfire City again. Yang Yi walked slowly towards the city while holding a sword in his grasp. At the same time, his voice resounded through the city. "Lu Clan's patriarch, come chat with me! If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1721 I am bullying you. Lu Clan's patriarch, come chat with me. Yan Ye's voice reverberated like a thunderclap through the city. At this moment, everyone in the city was shocked, and the entire Lu clan was alarmed. Someone was provoking the Lu clan. Meanwhile, Yan Yi had entered Skyfire City. Suddenly, a powerful aura converged in the sky, and then it locked onto Yan Yi. Yan Yi stopped and looked up at it. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man to appear at the center of it. Based on the man's outward appearance, he was around the age of 30, and he wore a luxurious robe and seemed imposing. Yan Yi asked, "The Lu clan's patriarch?" A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of the man's mouth. "Do you think my Lu clan's patriarch is someone you can see just because you want to? Not to mention you, even the Yang clan's successor has no right to meet my Lu clan's patriarch." Yan Yi asked. "Who are you? Can you represent the Lu clan?" The middle-aged man said. "I'm the Lu clan's guardian, Lu Na Feng. Yan Yi, since you came to my Lu clan and killed our true realm experts, I'll take your head, and then I'll hang your corpse outside Skyfire City. I'll allow the world to understand that my Lu clan isn't an existence that just anyone can offend." As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his finger in Yang Ye's direction. The aura around him swept out like a storm. In an instant, the space in a huge area warped and transformed into a vortex. At the same time, a strand of mysterious energy flashed out from the vortex. Spatial energy. Yan Yi took a step forward, and then a gap was torn open in the space before him. A moment later, the mysterious energy in the sky vanished. Lu Nanfeng's face was unsightly when he witnessed this. The experts of the Lu clan had told him to be careful of Yan Yi, but he hadn't taken them seriously. He felt that no matter how strong Yan Yi was, Yan Yi couldn't be that strong. Yet now, when he saw this scene before him, he knew that Yan Yi wasn't just strong now. Meanwhile, Yan Yi suddenly started walking slowly in Lu Nanfeng's direction. "Do you know Yang Gewu?" Lu Nafeng looked Yan Yi in the eyes. "What are you trying to say?" Yan Yi shrugged. "He's dead." Lu Nanfeng's eyelids twitched. Meanwhile, Yan Yi suddenly smiled. "Relax, it wasn't me." Lu Nanfeng's face became slightly unsightly upon hearing this. "He's making a fool of me." Meanwhile, Yan Yi walked forward to almost 300 m away from Lu Nafeng, and then he stopped and said, "Actually, I intend to use reason here today." "Reason?" The expressions of all the spectators in the city became quite strange upon hearing this. Because no matter how they looked at it, Yan Yi didn't seem like he was here to use reason when dealing with their clan. Lu Nafeng laughed coldly. "Reason? Yan Yi, are you joking?" Yan Yi replied. "I really am here to reason with your clan. Unfortunately, your clan doesn't seem willing." Lu Nafeng spoke coldly. "Yan Yi, you killed my clan's successor. But my clan didn't intend to seek revenge. However, you came here and successively killed true realm experts of my clan. Yan Yi, do you think my Lu clan is easy to bully?" Yan Yi looked Lu Nafeng in the eyes and replied, "Your Lu clan acted against me from the shadows. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" A wisp of ferocity curled up on the corners of Lu Nanfeng's mouth. "We do." "So?" Suddenly his expression changed drastically, and then he vanished on the spot. Even though he had vanished on the spot, his hand hadn't followed him. Meanwhile, Lu Nanfeng had just stopped 300 m away, and he hadn't even let out a sigh of relief when his eyes opened wide. His eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. Yan Yi was still on the spot. Many in the city didn't understand why Lu Nafeng had such an expression on his face, but it didn't take long for them to come to an understanding. A small hole had suddenly appeared on his forehead, and it didn't take long for blood to seep out from the hole. In an instant, his entire face was covered in blood. Everyone here was stunned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared before Lu Nafeng and said, "Am I nice to bully?" Lu Nafeng stared at Yang Yi, and the color in his eyes gradually vanished. In next to no time, his eyes had dimmed completely. Was it an instant kill? No, not really. Because Yang Yi had used 2 attacks. When he launched the first strike, he was very well aware that it wouldn't be able to kill Lu Nafeng. So, he was observing which direction Lu Nafeng was dodging. Sure enough, Lu Nafeng dodged, and had noticed the exact trajectory. So, had immediately launched a second attack. This attack took Lu Nafeng by surprise, and because Head anticipated Lu Nanfeng's movements, so Lu Nafeng wasn't able to avoid it or take precautions against it before being killed. After he killed Lu Nafeng, Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, Lu Clan, I'm not here to kill, I'm here to reason with you. However, it's obvious that you have no intention to reason with me. Since you don't, then let's talk with our fists. He paused for a moment at this point and continued, The Lu clan is one of the 8 top clans just like the Yang clan, so I presume you definitely have numerous outstanding geniuses. I, Yan Yi, am no expert, and I would like to seek guidance from the outstanding geniuses of the Lu clan. You just have to be 30 and below, and there's no limit to the number of challengers. You can even form groups to fight me. Silent! The entire city fell silent. Yan Yi was actually challenging all the geniuses of the Lu clan. If it was a while ago, some would definitely call him arrogant. Yet now, would anyone do that? Yan Yi was clearly confident in his ability. Of course, the comparatively intelligent would notice that Yan Yi's true motive wasn't to challenge the Lu clan's geniuses, and he was taking a step back so he could advance further. Yan Yi wasn't choosing to challenge the entire Lu clan, he was only challenging the Lu clan's geniuses that were below the age of 30. If no one from the Lu clan stepped forward, the entire medium universe would ridicule the younger generation of the Lu clan as good-for-nothing cowards, and if the Lu clan sent someone from the older generation to deal with Yan Yi, it would be an even greater humiliation. After all, Yan Yi was only at the Zenith realm. If the Lu clan sent someone from the older generation when facing a challenge issued by a Zenith realm cultivator, then wouldn't that represent that there was no one capable in the Lu clan's younger generation? Gang up on Yan Yi? That was even more impossible. If the Lu clan actually ganged up on a Zenith realm cultivator that challenged them, then they would be an absolute joke. In short, Yan Yi's challenge caused the Lu clan to fall into a dilemma. Skyfire City fell silent again. No one answered him. Meanwhile, Yan Yi added, As one of the 8 top clans, the Lu clan surely has some monstrous geniuses, right? Don't worry, I'll show restraint, and I won't kill them. As I've said, I'm here to reason with you, I'm here to win you over with virtue. With virtue. The lips of many couldn't help but twitch when they heard Yan Yi. At this moment, many wanted to smack Yan Yi on the face with their shoes. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Does he have no shame? Yan Yi was clearly intending to act completely shamelessly. Had killed so many members of the Lu clan, yet he actually said that he was here to reason with the Lu clan. If that was considered as reasoning with someone, then they had to admit that it was a very special method. Actually, Yan Yi's way of thinking was very simple. It was absolutely impossible for him to bully the entire Lu clan. If the Lu clan swarmed him, then he would have no other choice but to flee. Since he couldn't bully the entire Lu clan, then he intended to bully the young of the Lu clan. He didn't dare to speak about allowing the older generation to form groups to fight him, but if it was the younger generation, then he didn't feel any pressure when facing them. In any case, even if he lost, it wouldn't be a humiliation for him. After all, had challenged their entire clan on his own. It was still silent, and the Lu clan didn't respond to him. Make their younger generation fight Yan Yi in single combat? Even though the Lu clan had some geniuses, could they resist a single strike from Yan Yi? The Lu clan's guardian was just killed with 2 attacks. Could anyone in the Lu clan be a match for Yan Yi? Yan Yi was about to speak when a young man suddenly appeared not too far away from him. As soon as the young man appeared there, a voice resounded from the sky. Lu Chaoyun, go back! The young man, Lu Chaoyun, glanced at the sky and said, Elder, it isn't humiliating for our younger generation to be no match for Yan Yi. It is humiliating if our younger generation acts like cowards and doesn't dare to accept his challenge. The person who spoke earlier remained silent. Lu Chaoyun gazed at Yan Yi. Yan Yi, I don't know about the enmity between you and my clan. All I want to tell you is that perhaps our younger generation is inferior to you, but my Lu clan has no cowards." As he spoke, he vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yan Yi when he appeared again. A spear had appeared in his grasp, and he held it tightly in his grasp as he stabbed it at Yan Yi. The spear shot forward swiftly like a flash of lightning, and the force it carried was so powerful that it cracked open the space around Yan Yi. Yan Yi's face remained calm. When the spear arrived just over a dozen centimeters away from Yan Yi's forehead, the tip of a sword suddenly struck the tip of the spear. The spear shook violently, and then Yan Yi's sword sliced the spear into two. A moment later, Yan Yi's sword was pressed against Lu Qian's forehead. Head lost. Head lost in just a single clash. Lu Qian stared at Yan Yi. Besides shock, there was even more bitterness in his eyes. He knew he was no match for Yan Yi before Head even attacked, but he hadn't expected himself to be unable to even resist just one attack. Not even one attack! Yan Yi was in the same realm of cultivation as well. Meanwhile, Yan Yi suddenly withdrew his sword and looked up at the sky. Next. The sky was perfectly silent. Yan Yi added, "As I've said, the entire younger generation of the Lu clan can join forces against me." He still received no response. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes. "What?" A dignified member of the 8 top clans, the Lu clan, has no one with balls throughout its younger generation. Lu Qiaoyun suddenly said, "Yan Yi, your strength far surpasses the younger generation of my Lu clan, so why be so overbearing and bully us?" "Bully you?" Yan Yi gazed at Lu Qiaoyun and said, "You're right. I am bullying you." Bullying! Yan Yi was bullying them. The Lu clan said that he was easy to bully, so now he was bullying the Lu clan. He wanted to see who was easier to bully. Lu Qiaoyun was about to say something when Yan Yi suddenly added, "Fine. I'll use just one hand. I'll use just one hand against the entire younger generation of the Lu clan. All right? One hand! If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1722 What a Guy! One hand! Actually, it was quite shameless for Yan Yi to say that. Because he could only use a single hand. He didn't dare to rashly unseal his right hand. His body still wasn't able to endure the strength of the war god's arm. His strength had improved, but his physical strength hadn't. If the strength of the war god's arm exploded out, then his body would be the first to bear the brunt of it. It could be said that his right hand was a double-edged sword. Unless he had no other choice, he would never unseal it. At this moment, Yan Yi was really bullying them to the limit. No one from the entire Lu clan's younger generation dared to accept his challenge. They were bound to lose, so stepping forward would just be a process of losing. Moreover, it was obvious that Yan Yi wasn't just targeting the Lu clan's younger generation, he was acting against the entire Lu clan. Yan Yi stood in the sky with his sword in hand, and he waited in silence. He wasn't afraid that the Lu clan would gang up on him. If he wanted to flee, even the Lu clan would find it difficult to catch up to his current speed. Moreover, the Lu clan would have to pay a huge price to kill him, and it was something that the Lu clan was very well aware of. As a large clan, it wouldn't do something that didn't benefit it. So, he was very confident that the Lu clan wouldn't try to fight him to the death. It wasn't because the Lu clan feared him, it was because it wasn't worth it for the Lu clan. Was it beneficial to the Lu clan to lose numerous true realm experts in order to kill him? Obviously, it wasn't. No matter how great the rewards provided by the Yang clan were, they weren't worth true realm experts. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air before Yan Yi. "Yan Yi, you've truly surprised everyone!" The middle-aged man wore an embroidered robe. He seemed to be only around the age of 30, but his hair was snow white. He was the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Yutian. Yan Yi gazed at Lu Yutian while he gradually tightened his grip on his sword. The man before him gave him the same feeling as Yang Xiao had. Obviously, he was the Lu clan's patriarch. Lu Yutian gazed at Yang Yi and spoke indifferently. Yang Yi, I'm sure you didn't come to my Lu clan to crush it on your own, right? Yang Yi grinned. Patriarch Lu, what are you saying? If I had such strength, I would be using it on the Yang clan. Lu Yutian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he shook his head. The higher-ups of your Yang clan are truly idiots. The natural talent and strength Yang Yi revealed right now was absolutely terrifying. It could be said that if the Yang clan had Yang Yi, then even if it couldn't reign supreme over the medium universe, having Yang Yi would definitely be able to guarantee that no one would dare to bully the Yang clan for the next 1,000 years. Yet now, such a genius had become a sworn enemy of the Yang clan. It wouldn't be a problem if the Yang clan succeeded at killing Yang Yi, but it just so happened that the Yang clan failed. Absolute idiots. That was what Lu Yutian thought of the Yang clan's higher-ups. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Lu Yutian. Patriarch Lu, I don't like to waste my breath. So all I want to know is if your Lu clan insists on killing me. Lu Yutian fell silent. Kill Yang Yi? If Yang Yi was weak, then killing him wouldn't be an issue. However, if the Lu clan wanted to kill Yang Yi right now, then it would have to pay a huge price. If the price it paid was lower than the gains the Lu clan received, then he would do it without the slightest hesitation. But the problem was that the Lu clan would gain nothing from killing Yang Yi. As for the rewards that the Yang clan promised, they were nothing when compared to the true realm experts that the Lu clan would lose in order to kill Yang Yi. After staying silent for a short while, Lu Yutian gazed at Yang Yi. You came to my Lu clan just to ask that? Yang Yi nodded. I don't like it when people scheme against me behind my back. So I came here. There isn't any deep enmity between us, and I've never treated the Lu clan as my enemy. However, if the Lu clan thinks I'm easy to bully and plays tricks behind my back, then I'm sorry. I'll kill any member of the Lu clan that I see from now on. Lu Yunshin's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you threatening me? Yang Yi chuckled. Patriarch Lu, I'm not threatening you. I'm just telling you a fact. As for whether you want to become enemies with me, you can decide that yourself. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. Lu Yutian suddenly spoke. Wait. Yang Yi stopped, turned to gaze at Lu Yutian, and asked, What? You've decided to kill me? Lu Yutian replied. I don't have any strong points, the only one I do have is my fondness of providing guidance to juniors. After meeting you today, I have the urge to provide guidance to you. You won't refuse me, right? Guidance. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he nodded. I just happen to want to seek guidance from you too. Perfect. Lu Yutian waved his right hand, and then he vanished on the spot with Yang Yi. Yang Yi and Lu Yutian appeared in an expanse of space. They were less than 3 m away from each other. They exchanged glances, and then Lu Yutian suddenly stretched out his right hand. He pressed his index and middle finger together before tapping them at Yang Yi from afar. The space before him suddenly started wriggling, and then a huge finger formed from space appeared before him. The huge finger was extremely long, and it covered a length of 300 m. A moment later, Lu Yutian tapped it with his finger. Swish! The huge finger instantly shot forward like a bolt of lightning. A solemn expression covered Yang Yi's face when he saw the huge finger shoot towards him, because he noticed that the space before it was actually merging with it. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. He took a step forward, and then he swung his sword. The huge finger shook violently when Yang Yi's sword stabbed against the tip of it, and then Yang Yi was pushed backwards repeatedly. After being pushed around 30 m back, Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right foot down, and the space below him shook violently while his figure stopped on the spot. His sword was still pressed against the huge spatial finger. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi suddenly slapped the end of his sword's hilt. Hiss! A sharp piercing sound resounded, and then Yang Yi's sword pierced through the huge finger. The sword didn't slow down at all as it instantly arrived before Lu Yutian. Meanwhile, Yan Yi appeared behind the sword before it even arrived in front of Lu Yuntian, and he grabbed it with his left hand again. Lu Yunshan's expression remained calm as he tapped the tip of Yan Yi's sword. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then both of them were blasted backwards. Yan Yi used the spatial laws to stop himself after being pushed almost 30 m back, and then a ray of cold light flashed before Lu Yunshan's forehead. Yan Yi's sword had arrived in front of him. Lu Yutian frowned slightly. Obviously, he was quite surprised by the speed of Yan Yi's attacks. However, while such speed was a threat to him, it wasn't sufficient to be lethal. So, two fingers suddenly clamped down on Yan Yi's sword before it could stab into his forehead. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. As soon as his sword was stopped, Yan Yi suddenly twisted his sword. Lu Yuntian immediately released Yan Yi's sword, and it pierced through the center of Lu Yunshan's forehead. However, it had merely pierced an afterimage. Lu Yuntian had appeared over 1 kilometer away from Yan Yi. As soon as he stopped himself, he frowned once more because Yan Yi's sword had appeared just an inch away from his forehead again. A trace of seriousness appeared in the depths of his eyes, and he didn't dare to underestimate Yan Yi in the slightest or be careless at all. Bang! A powerful aura swept out from within him. Boom! Yan Yi was pushed over 30 m back. This time, he hadn't even stopped himself when Lu Yuntian appeared in front of him and slammed a punch in his direction. Lu Yuntian hadn't executed any technique, and it was just a simple punch. Yan Yi didn't execute a technique as well, and he just swung his sword. Bang! As soon as their attacks collided, both of them were blasted over 1 kilometer away, but it only took a moment for them to vanish on the spot again. Just like that, Yan Yi and Lu Yuntian fought intensely. Many experts of the Lu clan were horrified by the sight of the battle, and it was especially so for Lu Gu who'd pursued Yan Yi earlier. At this moment, there was cold sweat on his forehead. He hadn't expected Yan Yi's strength to be at such a level. Yan Yi was actually able to go head-on against the Lu clan's patriarch, yet he had actually tried to pursue Yan Yi. However, he felt fortunate. He felt fortunate that he hadn't chosen to fight Yan Yi to the death. Otherwise, he may not be amongst the living anymore. The battle was still going on. Regardless of whether it was Yan Yi or Lu Yuntian, both of them were faster than the eye could see. Their battle was at its peak, and every single move they made was lethal. So, just the slightest mistake may end with their death. Bang! Around 15 minutes later, a loud explosion suddenly resounded, and then both Yan Yi and Lu Yunshan's figures separated. This time, they didn't attack each other again. Who won? The experts of the Lu clan were quite anxious. If Yan Yi won, then they had no doubt that it would be quite a blow to the Lu clan. After all, Lu Yutian was their patriarch, and he represented the Lu clan. If even their patriarch lost to a junior, the Lu clan would be utterly disgraced once word of it spread. Yan Yi and Lu Yutian exchanged glances, and then they fell silent for an instant before Yan Yi suddenly cupped his fist at Lu Yutian. Thank you for showing mercy. I gained quite a bit from the guidance you provided today. They'll pay you a visit another day. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi's figure vanished into the depths of the starry sky. Meanwhile, Lu Gu suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yuntian, and he spoke anxiously. Patriarch! Don't let him leave! Once he heard that Lu Yuntian had won, he knew that this was the best opportunity to kill Yan Yi. Lu Yuntian glanced coldly at Lu Gu. Go! I won't stop you! Lu Gu's face froze. He was about to speak when Lu Yuntian looked up at the direction Yan Yi had left towards, and he spoke softly. What a guy! He hadn't won just now. Of course, he hadn't lost as well. Yan Yi couldn't do anything to him, and he couldn't do anything to Yan Yi. The reason Yan Yi had said that was merely because he was giving Lu Yuntian face. It wasn't humiliating for Yan Yi to lose to him, but if he lost to Yan Yi, then it would be absolutely humiliating. Not only would he lose face, the Lu clan would lose face too. Lu Yuntian stood silently on the spot for a long time, and then he suddenly glanced at the surroundings and said, Give my order! From now onwards, no one from the Lu clan is permitted to interfere in the enmity between Yang Yi and the Yang clan. Anyone who disobeys this order will be killed without mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1723. It won't be long. Yan Ye's visit to the Lu clan was no secret, so it quickly spread throughout the medium universe of Milky Way system. However, the fact that the Lu clan had lost a few true realm experts hadn't spread. Besides that, news of Yang Ye's fight with Lu Yuntian hadn't spread as well. Obviously, the Lu clan had sealed off all information about it. But that wasn't what everyone was paying attention to. What they cared about was that Yang Yi had shown himself at the Lu clan. It didn't take long for many to rush towards the area. There were always brave people in the face of abundant rewards. Yang Ye's head was worth so much, so many refused to give up. Even if they knew that Yang Yi was definitely not an ordinary person, they still refused to give up. As far as many were concerned, Yang Ye's head was an opportunity for them. He was a living precious treasure, and an opportunity to become strong. Wealth could make people lose their minds. Yang Yi didn't stay near the Lu clan, and he immediately left Skyfire system. In the boundless starry sky, Yang Yi found a safe spot and entered the primordial pagoda. Heal. Had suffered injuries during the battle with Lu Yuntian. But it was normal. After all, the gap between their cultivations was so huge. Unless he used the wooden sword, it would be utterly impossible for him to defeat Lu Yuntian. It was suppression by realm of cultivation. Something worth mentioning was that Lu Yuntian really did want to kill him. If he didn't possess sufficient strength, or Lu Yuntian felt that it was possible to kill him, then Lu Yuntian would have done that without the slightest hesitation. However, the facts proved that Lu Yuntian couldn't. If Lu Yuntian used the entire Lu clan's strength, then it wouldn't be difficult to kill him. But Lu Yuntian would never do that. Because it was just as Yang Yi had expected, the Lu clan wouldn't pay such a huge price to kill him. So, had won the battle between him and the Lu clan. The reason Head won was his strength. His strength instilled fear in the Lu clan. Strength. Strength was the most important thing. Yang Yi sat cross-legged in the primordial pagoda. In less than an hour, the primordial pagoda had fully restored him. Not only had his injuries been healed, he was even back in his peak state. After he recovered, Yang Yi didn't leave the primordial pagoda, and he continued sitting there. At this moment, he was recalling the battle with Lu Yuntian. Had done his best just now, but he was still unable to do anything to Lu Yuntian. Combat instinct. Lu Yuntian's combat instinct far surpassed his expectations. Lu Yuntian's sense for danger was absolutely sensitive, and his reaction was extremely quick too. Moreover, he was able to immediately launch a lethal strike upon stopping Yang Ye's attacks. The gap between them wasn't just reflected in their cultivations, it was reflected in their combat instinct too. Flaws. Presently, he was locating his own flaws by recalling the mistakes Head made during the battle with Lu Yuntian. One would remain ignorant if one didn't think about it, but it would be shocking once one did. Yang Yi noticed that when he recalled the previous battle, he noticed numerous mistakes that Head made. Or it should be said that he could have done better. Especially when doing just a little bit better would have allowed him to avoid suffering injuries. Time trickled by. A day later, Yang Yi opened his eyes. He stood up and took a deep breath. Even though his strength hadn't really improved in the last day, had gained a lot. Accumulation. He was gradually accumulating experience in battle, and he was confident that if he fought Lu Yuntian again, he would definitely not make similar mistakes. Yang Yi went to the first level. Snowy was still playing with the wooden sword. Or to be more precise, Snowy was training with the sword. Obviously, the wooden sword was teaching her. Yang Yi smiled and was about to leave, but a wisp of surprise suddenly flashed through his eyes. Snowy held the wooden sword with a single claw, and the wooden sword was trembling violently. But Snowy was still ceaselessly sending profound energy into it. The wooden sword shook more and more violently while sword howls resounded incessantly. Suddenly, Snowy grabbed the wooden sword with her other claw, and then Yang Yi watched with astonishment as she swung it at Qiongqi, who was in deep sleep. Wham! An ear-piercing sword howl resounded. The sword howl caused the space here to tremble violently, and then almost 10,000 rays of sword energy appeared here. All of them rained down upon Qiongqi. Boom! 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 Numerous explosions resounded in succession. At the same time, a furious howl resounded. Yang Yi! What the hell are you doing now? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. A powerful aura shot up into the air, and a rain of sword energy was instantly dispersed before Qiongqi appeared in front of Yang Yi and Snowy. At this moment, Qiongqi was in quite a sorry state. Marks densely covered his body. Even though they hadn't broken through his defenses, it still wasn't a pleasant experience. Because those marks were quite deep, and they would have drawn blood if they went just a little deeper. Qiongqi was glaring angrily at Yang Yi. Yang Yi had a very innocent expression on his face. Snowy immediately put on an innocent expression when she saw Yang Yi's innocent expression. Qiongqi was no fool, so it didn't take long for him to look at Snowy. Snowy blinked and pointed at the sword in her grasp as if she was saying like it had done it. However, it only took a moment for her to hide the sword behind herself as if she was saying that he couldn't touch it. Qiongqi gazed at Snowy for a long time, and then he withdrew his gaze. He wouldn't go so low as to get angry with Snowy. Moreover, he really liked Snowy. Or it should be said that all demon beasts and other beings of nature were fond of sprite lords like Snowy. Pure and genuine. It was Snowy's character. But now, another description should be added: mischievous. After she started staying with Yang Yi, she was growing more and more mischievous. Qiongqi glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Kid, you've grown much stronger?" Yang Yi smiled. "Brother Qiongqi, aren't you the same?" Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Qiongqi shook his head slightly. "I'm just recovering my strength, but you're not doing the same. You're growing. Your speed of growth is quite shocking. However, you work quite hard too." He knew how Yang Yi had been training bitterly in the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi smiled. "I have to work hard." Countless people throughout the medium universe wanted his head, and he had the Yang clan to worry about as well. There had been no movement from the Yang clan lately, but he was very well aware that it was definitely because the Yang clan wasn't confident in its ability to kill him yet. Once the Yang clan made its move, it would definitely be a storm. Qiongqi nodded. "When will you be going to the Yang clan?" "The Yang clan?" Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword, fell silent for a few moments, and replied, "It won't be long from now." Qiongqi said, "Even though you're much stronger now, it's still insufficient to go against that Yang clan of yours. Continue working hard on growing stronger." As soon as he finished speaking, Qiongqi flashed off into the distance, laid flat on the ground, and fell into deep sleep again. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he grabbed Snowy in his arms and said, "Don't just randomly hit others from now on, alright?" Snowy blinked, and then she started waving her claws about. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently. "It's best if you didn't do it on purpose. Just be careful from now on. Understand?" Fortunately, Qiongqi had thick skin. If he suffered that attack and was caught off guard, then it may have crippled him even if he could avoid death. Even though Snowy wasn't strong, the wooden sword was. Snowy nodded when she heard him, and then she cracked a smile. She wrapped her arms around Yang Yi's head and rubbed her head against his head. This move always worked. This time was no exception. After that, Yang Yi didn't leave the primordial pagoda, and he stayed to play with Snowy. However, they didn't get to play for long. Just around 5 or 6 hours later, he left the primordial pagoda. He frowned a little once he left the primordial pagoda, and then the scroll Yang Lianshuang gave him appeared before him. Ferocity filled his face when he read its contents. "Yang clan! Yang Ye's furious voice resounded. Yang Lianshuang told him that the Yang clan was actually spreading that if people captured his loved ones in Merak's system, then he would show himself, and they could even use those loved ones to make Yang Yi do as they said. So, countless people who wanted to take Yang Ye's head instantly moved their attention to Merak's system. The Yang clan wanted to make him become enemies with the entire world. Yang Yi stood on the spot while he tightened his grip on his sword. Return to Merak's system? I can't. Once I go back there, the trouble I face will never end. Moreover, once he returned, the flames of war would burn through Merak's system. Merak's system was too small, and it couldn't endure a war of such scale. Besides that, he would fall into a passive position that never ended. Because he couldn't leave Merak's system, and it would make it much easier for the Yang clan to deal with him. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he smiled ferociously. You want my head to be exchanged for treasures? All right, then come take it. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at the scroll and said, Help me do something. Tell your people to spread the word that it'll be at Sword Immortal City, and it'll be waiting for all those who want to take my head. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. A day later, the news of Yang Ye's presence in Sword Immortal City swept through the medium universe like a storm. It spread so swiftly that it only took a short while for countless people to receive information about his whereabouts. So, countless experts rushed to Sword Immortal City. They were absolutely afraid that they would get there too late, and Yang Ye's head would fall into someone else's hands. Kill Yang Yi and save 100 years of hard work. It was the most popular line in the entire medium universe of Milky Way system right now. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1724 Where's Yang Yi? Sword Immortal City. At this moment, it was the center of attention throughout the medium universe. Countless people rushed to Sword Immortal City. Some were there to kill Yang Yi, and some were there to watch the show. In short, it was much busier than any other time in the past. Noon. A young man in a green robe appeared outside the city. He had a sword in his grasp. It was Yang Yi, of course. Didn't they want to kill him? Fine. They didn't have to look for him or go to Merak's system. Had shown himself and made them come for him. Had traveled to the Lu clan with the hopes that the Lu clan would stop playing tricks in secret and stop selling information about his whereabouts. He wasn't afraid that others would come from him, he just didn't want to kill all day and waste time. However, he noticed that avoiding it didn't help. Since he couldn't avoid it, then he intended to face it head-on. Right when Yang Yi was about to enter the city, a violet-robed old man suddenly appeared at the entrance and obstructed Yang Ye's path. The old man looked quite old. His hair was completely white, and he had a violet sword hanging on his waist. Yang Yi glanced at the old man, and it didn't take long for him to frown. Because he was actually unable to sense the old man's aura. The old man suddenly spoke. You're Yang Yi, right? Yang Yi nodded. Yes. The old man said. My master requests your presence. Yang Yi frowned. Your master? The old man nodded, and then he started walking further into the city. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he followed the old man. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at an extremely familiar place, the Grand Immortal Pavilion. The old man didn't say anything. He just led Yang Yi up the pavilion. When they arrived before the third floor, the old man hadn't even arrived before the barrier of light when it automatically split apart. True rank sword intent? Yang Yi frowned slightly. His sword intent is at the true rank? Wait, I've encountered true rank sword intent in the past. His sword intent is absolutely not at the true rank. If it isn't at the true rank, is it above the true rank? Yang Yi restrained the thoughts in his mind and walked over to the barrier of light which had appeared again. He didn't release his sword intent, and he just stabbed his sword forward. As soon as his sword touched it, The barrier of light was instantly obliterated. Yan Yi arrived on the 3rd floor, and the old man was looking at him when he walked in. Yan Yi asked, "What?" The old man shook his head slightly, and then he turned around and continued forward. It didn't take long for them to arrive before another barrier of light. Yan Yi gazed at the old man. "The 4th floor?" The old man nodded. "The Grand Immortal Pavilion has 4 floors. However, only a single person can enter the 4th floor." Yan Yi asked, "Your master?" The old man nodded again. Yan Yi glanced at the barrier of light before him and was about to head over. The old man suddenly stopped him and said, "Stay here and talk with my master." Yan Yi glanced at the old man. "You want me to talk to that master of yours from here?" The old man replied, "Exactly. Only my master can enter the 4th floor." Yan Yi sized up the old man and said, "I was very curious about who your master is because that person was actually able to make you acknowledge him or her as your master. I was also curious about why your master wanted to see me. Yet now, I'm not curious anymore. Forgive me for being unwilling to stay any longer." Yan Yi turned around and walked away. Yan Yi was quite annoyed right now. They were acting like he was begging to meet the person on the 4th floor. Since they wanted to put on an air of superiority, he felt that they could do it themselves. He refused to go on with this for a moment longer. Suddenly, the old man obstructed Yan Yi's path. "You can't leave." Yan Yi looked the old man in the eyes. "Believe me, it'll destroy this pavilion of yours." The old man frowned slightly. He was about to speak when a voice suddenly came from behind the barrier of light. "Uncle Ku, let him up here." It was a woman's voice. The old man glanced at Yan Yi and gestured for Yan Yi to go ahead. Yan Yi glanced in the direction of the barrier and said, "Sorry, I don't want to go up there anymore." He turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Suddenly, the woman's voice resounded again. "You're from Merak's system, and I'm from Merak's system too." "Merak's system!" Yan Yi stopped moving, fell silent for a moment, and then he turned around and gazed at the barrier. "Who are you?" she replied. "You like talking through a barrier?" A moment of silence ensued, and then Yan Yi walked over to the barrier. He swung his sword, but it wasn't able to shatter the barrier. Moreover, he was pushed 30 m back instead. The woman's voice resounded. "I'm quite disappointed." Suddenly Yan Yi's hand moved. Split second! At the moment his hand moved, the barrier of light exploded apart. Yan Yi didn't say a word, and he just walked into the 4th floor. The old man didn't follow him. After he entered the 4th floor, Yan Yi noticed that it was a bedroom, a woman's bedroom. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings. There was a screen not too far away from him, and he could see a figure behind it. Based on its shape, it belonged to a woman, but he couldn't see her appearance. Yan Yi didn't use his divine sense to investigate. Since she didn't want to let him see her face, then it was pointless to do so by force. Yan Yi sat down on a chair and asked, "You're from Merak's system?" She replied, "Do I have a reason to lie to you?" Yan Yi fell silent for a few moments before he replied, "You know me?" "I don't." She continued, "However, I sense something familiar from you. If I'm not wrong, we definitely have mutual acquaintances." Yan Yi said, "Tell me who you know." "Some people that I don't want to mention." She continued, "I didn't invite you here for that. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters." Yan Yi asked, "Then for what?" She replied, "Yan Yi, I know a little about the enmity between you and the Yang clan. However, Sword Immortal City doesn't want to get mixed up in it. However, you've come here. So, I invited you here to ask you to leave the city. Don't bring the flames of war to Sword Immortal City." "So that's why." Yan Yi fell silent for a long time before he said, "I'm sorry for not giving consideration to all aspects." She said, "Looks like you're quite agreeable." Yan Yi said, "How about I do it outside the city and not inside?" "All right." She remained silent. Yan Yi added, "I'm sure you're aware that I've told the world that I'm here. If I say I'm not here anymore, then others would think that I'm afraid of them." She remained silent for a long time, and then she said, "All right." Yang Yi nodded. "Thank you." He paused for a moment and continued, "Beautiful, I have an unreasonable request." She replied, "Then don't tell me about it." Yang Yi's face froze. But it didn't take long for him to recover his composure. "Miss, we're both from Merak system. It's a rare occurrence for us to meet here so far away from our homes. It's fate that brought us together. I'm sure you've noticed that many are trying to kill me. As someone from Merak system as well, shouldn't you help a little?" "Help?" she said. "Help you fight the world, or help you fight the Yang clan?" Yang Yi replied, "More or less. Don't worry, they'll never forget your kindness." She suddenly said, "Your skin is absolutely thick." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the woman said, "Yang Yi, with the strength you possess, you're actually completely capable of fleeing. So long as you flee, even the entire Yang clan's forces wouldn't be able to kill you." I'm really puzzled. "Why don't you flee? Why are you trying to draw their attention instead?" Yang Yi chuckled. "Because there are people I have to protect. So I can't flee." She asked, "Those women of yours in Merak's system?" Yang Yi nodded. She asked, "Can I say a few words?" Yang Yi said, "Go ahead." She said, "Yang Yi, your natural talent in the sword Dao is quite good. Unfortunately, you can't sever your emotions and love. If you can abandon it all, then your sword will become even purer and stronger." Yang Yi asked, "Like the unfettered one?" She asked, "You know him?" Yang Yi replied with a question. "You do too?" She fell silent for a moment and replied, "He's a legend from our Merak system, so how could I not? Even if you've never witnessed his strength in person, you should have heard of it. If you're able to sever your emotions, then it shouldn't be too difficult for you to attain a similar level as him." Yang Yi stood up and said, "Miss, the unfettered one is the unfettered one, and I am who I am. Why should I try to be him? I don't need to be anyone, and I just have to be myself." Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, she suddenly said, "You know, if you don't sever your emotions, your sword will never be free. It'll never be able to become as pure as the unfettered one. If I don't have the people I love by my side, then even if I'm matchless throughout the universe, it's still useless to me. But if I have those I love by my side, then I'm even willing to live an ordinary and peaceful life as an ordinary person." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't even turn around before vanishing. A long moment of silence ensued before the woman suddenly spoke softly. "A pure heart and one who cherishes his relationships. Rare indeed. Unfortunately, if you don't sever it, your attainments in the sword Dao will be limited." Once she finished speaking, she fell silent for a long time before she said, "A familiar aura." After he left the Grand Immortal Pavilion, Yang Yi left the city. As soon as he did, a furious howl resounded through the sky. "Where's Yang Yi? I want your head!" As soon as the voice finished resounding, a figure shot through the sky. It didn't take long for a man to arrive before Yang Yi. He instantly appeared right in front of Yang Yi, and then a saber was pressed against Yang Yi's throat. "Where's Yang Yi? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1725 I'll kill all who come. Yang Yi looked the man in the eyes. "He's right in front of you." The man was slightly stunned and said, "You're Yang Yi." Yang Yi nodded. The man instantly became excited. "So you're Yang Yi? So you're so weak? Ha ha." Suddenly, his laughter stopped abruptly. Silence filled the surroundings. The man was still in front of Yang Yi, and his saber was still pressed against Yang Yi's throat, but his head was at his feet. Yang Yi moved aside and sat cross-legged on the ground. The man still maintained the same pose. Yang Yi withdrew an energy pearl, swallowed it, and closed his eyes slowly. It didn't take long for news about Yang Yi being outside the city to spread. In just a short while, numerous people appeared on the city walls. Everyone was looking at Yang Yi, and their gazes either burned with desire, surged with curiosity, or flickered with fear. At this moment, Yang Yi could be said to be known throughout the medium universe. Kill Yang Yi and save 10 years of hard work. It was absolutely not a joke. The Yang clan had promised such abundant rewards. If anyone could obtain them, then they wouldn't just be able to save 10 years of hard work, they may be able to save 100 years of hard work. Moreover, they didn't have to worry that the Yang clan would go back on its word. The Yang clan had made it known to the entire medium universe. So if they went back on their word, it was obvious that the Yang clan's reputation would crash, and no one would ever trust the Yang clan again. So, they didn't have to worry about that at all. Yang Yi sat cross-legged below the city walls, and he seemed like he was asleep. Time trickled by, and it didn't take long for 15 people to appear in the distance. The leader of the group, a young man, walked over to Yang Yi. He was around the age of 25, wore an embroidered robe, and held a violet gold-colored spear. The Zenith Realm. The man was at the Zenith Realm, and the others behind him were at the Zenith Realm at least. 15 Zenith Realm experts. Moreover, their auras were heavy. Obviously, they weren't ordinary Zenith Realm experts. It didn't take long for them to walk over to Yang Yi. The man who led the ground glanced at Yang Yi. "You're Yang Yi?" Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at the man. "You're here for my head?" "Yes." The man looked Yang Yi in the eyes, and there was no fear in his eyes. Yang Yi asked, "Then what are you waiting for?" "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed his spear at Yang Yi. His spear was swift like a bolt of lightning, and its tip instantly arrived before Yang Yi's forehead. However, it couldn't move any closer after it arrived an inch away from Yang Yi's forehead, because a sword was pressed against the body of his spear. The man looked Yang Yi in the eyes, fell silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "Attack together!" Suddenly, his body stiffened, and then countless people watched with astonishment as his spear split into two. At the same time, his head fell off his neck. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, even extraordinary Zenith Realm experts were nothing. Unless it was a monstrous genius at the Zenith Realm who could surmount his or her realm of cultivation to fight true realm experts, other Zenith Realm experts were nothing to him. Yang Yi didn't stop after he killed the man. He suddenly appeared within the group, and then rays of light flashed incessantly. Every single ray of light took a head. 3 breaths of time later, 15 heads were on the ground by Yang Yi's feet. The crowd on the city walls was deathly silent. In just 3 breaths of time, 15 Zenith Realm experts had fallen. Instant annihilation. They'd truly been killed in an instant. Not a single one of them had been able to resist a single attack from Yang Yi. All of them had been killed in an instant with one strike. At this moment, the gazes of many people were filled with fear as they gazed at Yang Yi from above the city walls. Yang Yi glanced at the heads on the ground, and then he waved his right hand. They instantly appeared by the city walls in an extremely orderly row. Yang Yi didn't say a word. He just sat down cross-legged, withdrew an energy pearl, and consumed it. Actually, killing those Zenith Realm experts wasn't easy at all. Both their reaction and speed were extremely swift, so he had to use his full strength with every swing of his sword. It was exactly why his profound energy had been completely exhausted in that short period of 3 breaths of time. Fortunately, he had the energy pearls that Snowy made. Otherwise, he would have to flee. But he couldn't flee this time. He firmly believed that if he wanted others to stop looking for trouble with him, then there was only one way to accomplish that. It was to kill. Kill until all who wanted to kill him were dead. Kill until no one dared to come looking for him. Once everyone was aware of his strength, he was certain that no matter how abundant the Yang clan's promised rewards were, no one would come looking for trouble with him. He intended to kill until everyone feared him. He intended to kill until everyone trembled before him. Grand Immortal Pavilion. A woman was standing by the window on the 4th level, and her gaze was in the direction of Yang Yi. A voice suddenly came from below. "Young miss, should I stop him?" she asked. Why? A moment of silence ensued, and then the voice came from below again. He may cause trouble for our sword immortal city, she replied. He's a very agreeable person, but he's also someone very disagreeable. If you try to make him leave, he may destroy sword immortal city first. The voice that came from the third floor said, He doesn't have the strength to do that. She shook her head slightly. Uncle Ku, never underestimate others. Especially Yang Yi. He seems to be arrogant, crazy, and brave but rash. However, he's actually full of tricks. Just like this very moment. As far as others are concerned, he's looking for trouble, but in actuality his actions are a way to put an end to all trouble. The voice from below asked, Young miss, why do you say that? She explained, The Yang clan is only able to use others to cause trouble for him because they are unaware of his strength. Yet now, he intends to tell everyone how strong he is. Once they find out how strong he is, there will naturally be few that dare to come looking for trouble with him. She fell silent for a moment and continued, This is called stopping killing with killing. It's the most violent method, but it's also the most effective method. The voice asked, Isn't he afraid that he'll cause trouble for himself and dig his own grave? She spoke indifferently. If he succeeds, it's called stopping killing with killing. If he fails, it's called digging his own grave. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. She paused for a moment at this point, and then she continued. Have you investigated what I asked for? The voice replied. I have. They're all gone. She frowned slightly. Dead? No. The voice continued. All of them have vanished. They're not in Nether Pavilion system, and they're not in Merak's system either. The woman fell silent for a long time before she said, Continue investigating. Besides that, find out how many are left in the pavilion. Understood? She looked outside the city. They're gone. Outside the city. Yang Yi was still seated cross-legged on the ground, but there were 10 more heads below the city walls behind him. Something worth mentioning was that the people on the city walls hadn't come down to fight Yang Yi, and those heads belonged to those who came from outside the city. After they witnessed Yang Yi's strength for themselves, the people on the city walls naturally wouldn't come down to seek death. Actually, if those who died had known how strong Yang Yi was, they would have definitely not come to seek Yang Yi's head. Even though those treasures were enticing, they weren't as valuable as their own lives. However, they weren't aware of Yang Yi's strength, and Yang Yi would never give them a chance. Because Yang Yi was very well aware that if he was weak, then they would never give him a chance. Time trickled by. More and more heads were lined up below the city wall. Up until this point in time, there were almost 50 heads there, and they were still increasing in number. Sunset. An old man suddenly appeared out of thin air a short distance in front of Yang Yi. The true realm. A slight commotion arose in the crowd atop the city walls. Because the old man was the first true realm expert until now. The true realm. In their hearts, true realm experts were the top experts of this universe. Even though Yang Yi had killed many before this and had even killed them swiftly, they were all at the zenith realm or half-step true realm. Yet now, a true realm expert had arrived. Many people on the city walls had smiles on their faces. Because as far as they were concerned, there was a show to watch. Yang Yi opened his eyes, glanced at the old man, and then chuckled. Ha ha! Even a true realm expert can't resist the temptation? The old man nodded and said, The true spirit fruit. I may never be able to advance further without it. So, even though I know you're not an ordinary genius, I have no choice but to try. Yang Yi didn't stay seated on the ground, and he stood up. Because he would never allow himself to act carelessly against a true realm expert, nor did he dare to do so. Meanwhile, the old man didn't say another word. He suddenly took a step forward, and then a terrifying aura instantly swept out like a tsunami and crashed down upon Yang Yi. Even the space in its path warped before it, and many on the city walls even couldn't help but take many steps back. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed drastically, and then he vanished on the spot. Hiss! While he had vanished on the spot, His right hand hadn't left with him. An arm fell to the ground where the old man had been standing. Meanwhile, the old man had just stopped around 300 m away when his expression changed drastically once more, and then his body stiffened. A moment of silence ensued, and then he gazed at Yang Yi with dejection. "I thought that even if I couldn't kill you, I would be able to leave safely." Yang Yi glanced at the old man. "Obviously, you were dreaming." The old man's head tilted to the side and fell to the ground. Hiss! A torrent of blood sprayed out from his neck. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1726 My Life for Hers. A true realm expert had been killed in an instant. The crowd atop the city walls was deathly silent. There was disbelief in their eyes. They had expected all sorts of possible outcomes, like Yang Yi losing or Yang Yi barely winning, but they had never expected Yang Yi to even be able to instantly kill a true realm expert. That was a true realm expert. Yet even such an expert had been killed in an instant? It was inconceivable to them. After Yang Yi killed the old man, he immediately sat down cross-legged, withdrew 2 energy pearls, and consumed them. He hadn't killed the old man in an instant just now, and had used 2 attacks. It was absolutely difficult to truly kill a true realm expert in an instant, and he was practically only able to injure them with a single attack. Only 2 successive attacks that were executed extremely swiftly were capable of killing a true realm expert in an instant. After he merged everything that he knew, fighting had become much simpler for him. Actually, it was normal. True lethal moves only had to be executed once. No matter how flashy a sword technique or other combat techniques were, their final goal was to launch a lethal strike. Instantly executing 2 attacks caused Yang Yi's profound energy to be completely exhausted in an instant. At this moment, he didn't dare to allow his body to be devoid of profound energy, because others might come to kill him at any moment. Suddenly, a huge group appeared in the distance. It was a group of over 100 people. There were Zenith Realm, Rebirth Realm, and even Dualism Realm experts amongst them. When they saw this group, the spectators on the city walls gazed at the group with pity. The members of this group had varying levels of cultivation, and they were obviously a group that had been formed at the last moment. Even though there were many of them, it was obvious that they would be nothing before Yang Yi. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and still hadn't opened his eyes. It didn't take long for the group to stop not too far away from Yang Yi. Their expressions changed slightly when they noticed the over 100 heads that were laid out behind Yang Yi. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Yang Yi had killed so many. Suddenly, a bald man stepped forward, and he pointed his saber at Yang Yi and smiled fiercely. "Brothers, that's Yang Yi. We just have to kill him, and we'll gain the Yang clan's rewards. We just have to kill him, and we'll obtain true rank techniques, treasures, and true spirit fruits. Kill him and we can save 100 years of hard work. Kill him! Kill him! Kill Yang Yi! Kill Yang Yi!" All of them started to howl in unison. However, they hadn't noticed that the spectators on the city walls were looking at them with pity. Yun Shui. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from above the city walls, and then a man in a luxurious robe leaped down from the city walls. It didn't take long for him to arrive before the group, and his gaze shot towards a woman in a blue dress. The woman gazed at the man and frowned slightly. "Amohi? What are you doing here? Are you here to kill Yang Yi too?" Amohi's expression changed slightly. "You're here to kill Yang Yi?" She nodded. "What? You too?" He took a deep breath and replied, "Yunshe, come with me." "Right now?" She frowned. "What are you trying to say?" He walked over to her and spoke in an extremely serious manner. "Trust me, come with me right now." She didn't know how terrifying Yang Yi was, but he did. Even though this group had an absolute advantage in numbers, even another 100 would be useless before someone like Yan Yi. Because killing these people only required a swing of the sword to Yan Yi. She glanced at Emohi and said, "You're extremely afraid of him?" Emohi spoke seriously. "Yunshui, you're no match for him. Listen to me this time, all right?" She looked him in the eyes. "Do you know why I don't like you?" Emohi's face froze. He was about to speak when she continued. "Because you're always hesitant. You dare not do this, you dare not do that. I, Li Yunshui, like a heroic man, but you're too cowardly." Emohi laughed bitterly and said, I know all of that. But Yunshui, just listen to me this time, all right? So long as you leave with me, I guarantee that I won't bother you again. I'm serious. Just take it as me begging you, all right?" A wisp of disdain flashed through her eyes. She didn't say anything to him, and she just gazed at the bald man. "Brother Gu, shall we?" The bald man glanced at Emohi and said, "Miss Li, you made the right choice. How can such a guy be worthy of you?" As he spoke, he gazed at Yan Yi and smiled fiercely. "Brother, it's time to change our destiny. Kill." He was the first to charge forward once he finished speaking. The others behind him charged over as well, and the woman in a blue dress did the same. A wisp of resolve flashed through Emohi's eyes, and then he charged over as well. They weren't ordinary experts, so they were extremely swift, and it only took an instant for them to surround Yan Yi. Something worth mentioning was that while the bald man had been the first to charge, he suddenly slowed down once the others started charging. So someone else was the first to arrive before Yan Yi. Right when that person arrived around a meter away from Yan Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then a sword pierced through that person's forehead. An instant later, that person's figure was split into two. It happened too abruptly, so many hadn't even been able to react to it. Meanwhile, the sword appeared before another person's forehead, and then it pierced through as expected. A moment later, another head flew up into the air. Just like that, 10 people lost their heads before the others could even react. A head with every strike. Yan Yi hadn't executed split second. They weren't worth it. They were just simple swings of his sword. He executed 10 in a moment, and they overlapped together. They were extremely strong and swift. Perhaps they were no threat to true realm experts, but these people before him were absolutely unable to stop his attacks. When they recovered from their shock, 20 heads were on the ground. At this moment, many were afraid. Truly afraid. At this moment, they realized how terrifying their target was. He wasn't someone they could fight at all. At this moment, they understood why the Yang clan was paying such a huge price for Yang Yi's head. Flee. Only that thought remained in the minds of many. The bald man was the first to start fleeing. However, Yan Yi gazed at him. A moment later, Yan Yi appeared in front of the bald man, causing the latter's expression to change drastically. His reaction was extremely swift, and he swiftly swung his saber at Yan Yi. The saber had just arrived over a dozen centimeters above Yan Yi's head when it suddenly broke into two, and then a sword pierced through the bald man's forehead. The bald man's eyes opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected that he wouldn't even be able to resist a single swing of Yan Yi's sword. Yan Yi looked the bald man in the eyes and said, "Change your destiny? Indeed. Reincarnate better and start all over again. That can be considered as changing your destiny too. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters." Yan Yi twisted his wrist once he finished speaking. Hiss! The bald man's head flew up into the air. Yan Yi didn't stop after taking the bald man's head. Because many in the surroundings were fleeing. He didn't spare them. How could he? They wanted to kill him. So, if he didn't have the strength, would they let him live? Moreover, he firmly believed that even if he spared them, they would definitely try to kill him again if they had the chance. That was human nature. Besides that, being benevolent to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. The slaughter began. If they had stayed united against Yang Yi, then while Yang Yi wouldn't die, he would definitely be unable to slaughter them with such ease. However, they were gathered at the last moment, so how could they possibly work together? Every attack took a head. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at the woman in a blue dress who'd arrived over 5 kilometers away. Her face instantly turned ghastly pale when she noticed Yang Yi's gaze. She had noticed that anyone Yang Yi looked at would die. Sure enough, she sensed the aura of death coming for her. A sword appeared behind her at a speed which wasn't even visible to the eye. She closed her eyes. Hiss! An instant later, the sound of a sword stabbing into flesh resounded. However, she opened her eyes. Am still alive? She turned around, and she saw a man had suddenly appeared there. It was Mo-he, and Yang Yi's sword was stabbed through the center of Mo-he's forehead. The woman was stunned. Yang Yi gazed at Mo-he for a few moments and said, "You planned this." The man was utterly unable to see the movements of his sword, so there was only one explanation. The man had moved to protect her as soon as he saw Yang Yi looking at her. Blood was flowing down incessantly from Mo-he's forehead. It only took a moment to cover his face in blood. However, his eyes were still open, and he was looking at Yang Yi. He said, "I'll use my life for hers, all right?" Yang Yi gazed at Mo-he for a while and replied, "All right." Mo-he cracked a smile, but it didn't take long for his smile to stiffen. At the same time, the color in his eyes faded. Yang Yi pulled out his sword and left. At the instant Yang Yi's sword was pulled out, Mo-he's corpse fell backwards, but the woman in a blue dress caught it. She just stared blankly at Mo-he and spoke with dejection. Why? Meanwhile, Yang Yi stopped, fell silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "Because of his love for you. His love for you surpassed his fear of death." Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground once he finished speaking, and then he withdrew 2 energy pearls and consumed them. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned slightly. After that, the scroll Yang Lianshuang gave him appeared in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up when he saw the contents of it, and his smile was quite ferocious. The rewards promised by the Yang clan had been increased by 5 times. 5 times. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1727. You want to play? 5 times. What did that mean? It meant that the number of rewards promised would even be painful for the Yang clan to provide. It was a huge price to pay. Regardless of whether it was true rank treasures, combat techniques, or cultivation techniques, they were extremely rare even in huge clans like the Yang clan. Especially the true spirit fruits, even the true realm experts of the Yang clan would find it difficult to get one. Yet now, the Yang clan was actually giving 10 as a reward for Yang Yi's head. 10 true spirit fruits. It was enough to entice countless clans and true realm experts, and that was exactly what the Yang clan wanted. They'd increase the rewards by 5 times with the hopes that it would attract true realm experts and other clans. Once those true realm experts and clans acted against Yang Yi days would be filled with trouble. There were always brave people when enticed by abundant rewards. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he smiled. "You want to play? I'll play until the end." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes slowly. Meanwhile, over 100 heads had appeared behind him. The woman in a blue dress suddenly carried Mo-he's corpse in her arms and walked towards the distance. She walked for a while before suddenly stopping, and then she turned to look at Yang Yi. "You're so strong, so why don't you let others know? If the world knew of your strength, no one would come to kill you, and so many wouldn't have died." She sounded like she was complaining. Because if she knew Yang Yi's strength was so extraordinary, she wouldn't have come even if her group had 100 more experts in it. Yang Yi opened his eyes, glanced at her, and said, "So, based on what you just said, it's all my fault?" She fell silent for an instant before she replied. "You should let the world know of your strength." Yang Yi said, "Am I not doing that right now?" She said, "Killing isn't necessary to accomplish that goal." Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. Get your facts straight. It was all of you who wanted to kill me, and it wasn't I who went to kill all of you. I was just defending myself. It's legal. Understand? She gazed at him for a long time before she said, Someone like you won't live for long. Suddenly, a sword pressed against her forehead. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes and said, Since you were able to come here with others and try to kill me in exchange for treasures, it proves that you're not a good person either. So, cut the crap. I spared you because of that fellow in your arms, and it wasn't because of you. Thank him well for the remainder of your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi walked away. His voice resounded again after he took 2 steps away. If I see you again in 3 breaths of time, then I'll bury both of you together. 3 breaths of time later, the woman was gone. It was obvious that Yang Yi wasn't someone who would show mercy to a beautiful woman. She didn't want to die, so she naturally wouldn't act foolishly and try to defy Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at the hundreds of heads below the city walls and fell silent. This wasn't the end, it was only the beginning. The Yang clan wouldn't let him go that easily, and it definitely had a backup plan. When that backup plan was used, it would be an absolute storm. Because the Yang clan knew his strength well, so when they did attack again, they would definitely be fully prepared, and they wouldn't give him the slightest chance. As for reconciliation? What a joke! The Yang clan would never reconcile with him, and it wouldn't dare either. His threat to the Yang clan was limited right now, but once he truly matured, then Yang clan would have to tremble before him. So, the Yang clan would never allow him to grow. As for Yang Yi himself, he would never accept reconciliation with the Yang clan, and he would never forget what the Yang clan had done to him. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Night. The moon hung high up in the night sky, and specks of silver light rained down from above to cover the ground in a faint veil of light. Yang Yi sat cross-legged outside the city, and he seemed like he was sleeping. The city walls were still covered with people. The spectators hadn't left. Yang Yi was waiting, and so were they. Because the Yang clan had increased the rewards by 5 times, the experts from all over the medium universe were rushing towards Sword Immortal City. Late at night. The surroundings were silent, and Yang Yi was still seated cross-legged on the ground while the spectators on the city walls were still there. Suddenly, someone on the city walls said, Someone has arrived. They looked up. Under the rays of moonlight, they could see a man and a woman over 10 kilometers away. Both of them were extremely young and seemed to be only over 20 years of age. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. A moment later, the spectators' expressions changed. Because the man and woman had suddenly appeared 30 m away from Yang Yi. None of them had been able to notice how the man and woman appeared in front of Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi opened his eyes, glanced at the pair, and then stood up. The man sized up Yang Yi and asked, You're Yang Yi? Yang Yi nodded. I am. Meanwhile, the man glanced at the heads behind Yang Yi and asked, You killed all of them? Yang Yi glanced at the man and woman, and he said, If you're here to kill me, then please make your move. Let's not waste our time. If you're not here to kill me, then see that? The city gates are over there. The man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he gazed at the woman by his side. Senior sister, will you, or shall I? The woman glanced indifferently at Yang Yi. It doesn't matter. The man nodded. Then I'll do it. She said, Be careful. The man chuckled. The youths nowadays start acting arrogantly and haughtily once they have some ability. Actually, they're utterly unaware of how weak their ability is. That's what it's like to be a frog at the bottom of a well. They think the sky is as wide as the mouth of the well. When he spoke up to this point, he suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, Just like you. Yang Yi didn't speak, and he just vanished on the spot. The man's expression immediately changed when Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Because a sword was already half an inch away from his forehead. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the man appeared over 1 kilometer away while Yang Yi was still standing on the spot. Yang Yi glanced at the man. There was a tiny golden shield on the man's forehead, and it was exactly that shield which had stopped Yang Yi's attack. Meanwhile, the man and the woman revealed extremely solemn expressions on their faces. An expert strength was obvious once the battle began. Yang Yi's attack allowed them to realize that they'd severely underestimated Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly started walking in the man's direction. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. There was no disdain left in the man's eyes. If he still looked down on Yang Yi, then he would really be not too far away from death. Of course, he wasn't very far from it now. Suddenly, the man's expression changed drastically. At the same time, a ray of dazzling golden light erupted from the tiny shield on his forehead. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the man was blasted over 10 kilometers away. However, Yang Yi was still walking, and it was like he hadn't launched that attack. The man stared at Yang Yi. How can your speed be that swift? Yang Yi stopped and glanced at the man. Give it your best guess. The man was about to speak when the woman suddenly said, Watch out. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, another explosion resounded, and the man was blasted 3 kilometers away. At this moment, there were cracks on the tiny golden shield. When the man noticed the cracks on the golden shield, his face instantly fell. The golden shield was a true rank treasure. However, it had cracked open from just suffering a few attacks from Yang Yi. The man looked up at Yang Yi. At the moment his gaze descended upon Yang Yi, a sword had suddenly pressed against his forehead. Bang! Another explosion resounded, and the man was blasted 3 kilometers away again. As for the tiny golden shield on his forehead, it had cracked apart and transformed into numerous fragments that scattered all over the ground. Suddenly, Yang Yi gazed at the man. As soon as he noticed Yang Yi's gaze, the man's countenance turned ghastly pale. How would he stop Yang Yi's attack this time? Please show mercy. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then an old man appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. It was a true realm expert. The old man cupped his fist to Yang Yi and said, Young Master Yang, I'm an elder of the Li clan. These two little fellows are a young master and young miss of my Li clan. My Li clan wasn't aware that they left to look for you. He paused for a moment and continued, Please give my Li clan some face and spare them. The Li clan? One of the 8 clans? Yang Yi glanced at the old man, and then he glanced at the man and woman. He said, The youths nowadays start acting arrogantly and haughtily once they have some ability. Actually, they're utterly unaware of how weak their ability is. That's what it's like to be a frog at the bottom of a well. They think the sky is as wide as the mouth of the well. Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. The man's face became extremely unsightly. Because Yang Yi had repeated the exact same words that had said to Yang Yi just now. Had used his mouth to convey those words, but Yang Yi had used facts. The old man heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Yi was giving the Li clan face, and he said, Thank you, young Master Yang. Feel free to visit my Li clan when you're free. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at the man and woman. From today onwards, both of you are not to leave the Li clan for the next 5 years. He waved his hand once he finished speaking, and the 3 of them vanished on the spot. Yang Yi was about to sit down on the ground again when he suddenly looked towards the distance. A woman in a white dress had suddenly appeared there. She wore a white dress, had a slender figure, and beautiful hair that hung down to her shoulders. There was a white veil over her face, so her appearance was hidden. There were 2 swords hanging on her waist. She walked slowly towards Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for her to arrive just 30 m away from Yang Yi. She looked him in the eyes and then she stretched out her right hand. Give it back to me. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.